Hey everyone, just real quick here at the top of the show, I wanted to let everybody know we're starting a new clips channel. Should be a link showing up top here somewhere. It's to try and find an audience that's looking for shorter content. So if you're here, you probably like the longer stuff. But if you could help us out with a sub, some likes, comment or two, might help the channel gain some initial traction. So if you can help us out, please do. And if you didn't know, live episodes are at twitch.tv/blazeandbob, usually Friday and Saturday nights. Take it easy. Welcome to Warcraft Reloaded, a podcast brought to you by Mash Those Buttons, covering World of Warcraft Classic, TBC Classic, now Wrath Classic, and their communities. I am Bobby, also known as Blazing Bob. And today we're joined by Mel, aka Melarina. How you doing?
Hi, I'm good. 2 Fridays in a row. You're really keeping me on my toes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we go when the guests can do it. Usually Fridays, preferably. It makes it easier on me doing Sunday edits. But, we do what we have to do to bring the content to everybody else. We are also joined by Natt. How you doing, Natt?
Fine, thank you.
And we're also joined by Cdank. How you doing, Cdank?
I'm doing friggin' fantastic.
Yep, Cdank and I kind of knew each other, but didn't realize we knew each other type of deal. Like
early. Yeah,
yeah.
For Elite, back in the day.
Yep. Cdank
6 months ago
was on the episode that Mel and I premiered our level 35 druid and priest deaths on F's and Chat, the show Wiki used to do. I don't think he does it anymore. At least I haven't seen it. He's hardcore.
Hardcore is totally dead. So there's no, no reason to do that anymore.
Well, I mean, there's a few people still doing it, but it's very few and far between. Yeah.
I think they still do like ZG runs, but for the most part, it is an F and Chat for hardcore itself.
Oh yeah. Okay, hardcore elite, but like hardcore leveling still has a few people, hold the torch, and
yeah, there'll probably be a few in Wrath doing the same, just for fun.
Yep. But yeah, Wrath will be interesting to do hardcore because you get the mount so early and everything. That's be crazy.
A lot of changes. So you guys, I remember you watching that clip of you dying and just thinking like there was like a million things.
Wait, was this the one? Was this the one when we pulled the like that Bob was AFK?
Oh yeah, yep. Yeah,
that's the one.
It's just yeah. Well, it looked like you guys were clear, but it's whenever you have some guy following you, behind you, you never know like what you can clear,
right?
You grab some mobs and
My favorite was I was just so like taken off guard. I like heard something and I just stood there and I was like, what was that? And then I see all these people and I was like, no. Oh no.
And then Bob wasn't even at the computer. That's the funniest part. He's AFK. He runs back and just like forgets how to play druid for like 20 seconds.
Dude, well, okay. Yeah. So getting to, we died at level 19, but then we died at 35. So to level 19 and to level 35 was the only time I'd ever played druid. So I was very new to a lot of it. Like, I mean, it was pretty crazy, but like I literally froze and you can see it in the clip. I'm like, and I even say, I don't know what to do. And I switched to cat for some reason instead of AoE taunting. Okay. And then, so you don't see this in the clip. Since she had died, I was just like, well, I'm going to test this now. So all the mobs, like for some reason left after she died. Right. Like they didn't attack me at all. Like I backed up and I was like, they all like ran off and I'm still alive. And I was like, well, just for shits and giggles, I'm just going to go in there. I went in there and soloed them. So if I just would have AoE taunted,
You'd have been fine.
I would have been fine because I had plenty of bear, gear and stuff, and so it felt really bad that I just froze under pressure and just got scared.
That is the thing that hardcore does to you. Is the stakes are cranked up so high that you're just under this immense amount of pressure to come up with an answer on the spot, and performing under that kind of pressure isn't something most people are used to doing, especially when you're playing WoW, which is something that, let's be real, most of us are like, smoke a bit of weed, just kind of relaxing, listen to music, just chilling, talking to your friends on Discord. Like it's not usually the context where you're like super hardcore, big pressure. So most people, it takes a while to adapt to being put on the spot like that, for sure.
Yeah,
honestly,
maybe if I was playing
that we bought or that we got up to that point, we went to those quests, and I was like, "Don't go anywhere near that fucking stable." Okay, we're not even going to touch the stable. We're just going to move on.
Instead of doing a circle, we would do a C to do those quests, like back and forth. I
didn't even go close to it.
We didn't go to the barn at all.
Can't say I didn't live and learn.
But there
were multiple people who died there too, so it wasn't just you guys.
Yeah.
If I had been a warrior, I would have thought to AoE taunt faster. But then, I don't think I would have had near the power that I had as a druid at level 35. As far as tanking power, the thing that's stupid about the druid is like working up. I was a hardcore tank, but then a hardcore DPS also, whereas warrior kind of has to pick and choose. Yeah. Like working up. But hey, calm down, doggies. All right, well, let's get into the start of the show. So, like to mention at the top of the show, we always stream live at twitch.tv/BlazinBob. That's BLAZZINBOB. We usually do it Friday or Saturday nights. Follow us on Twitter at WC Reloaded if you want to know for sure when we go live. That's the only place we for sure say that we are going live every time. So follow us there if you want to know for sure. And so we got a few new things. So the Patreon, told everybody at the top of the month it's going to change to monthly, and we're hoping we'll get some more signups then. But for now, we still have one tank Patreon, and he didn't mind his name being read out, but he wanted to change it to his cool name that he's very proud of, and that is Thick Lizzie. So thank you, Thick Lizzie, for being our one and only tank at the moment. And if you guys
appreciate you.
Yeah, if you guys want to go and support us, you can just, the easiest way is search on Google, Patreon, Warcraft Reloaded. All right, and then last week we started a new thing where we have a voicemail line that you can call in to, right? The number for that is 816-866-1066. That's 816-866-1066. Now, we only got one submission, but I think it's cool. It's not a question or a telling us we're wrong about something, but we do want those. It's just I'm trying to decide what we'll do with this if it becomes just shout outs. And I feel like if it turns into just shout outs, we'll probably play the shout outs at the end of the show. Basically after we sign off, as it's going into the music and stuff, we'll play it there, but we'll probably play more questions or people telling us we're wrong at the start of the show. But I wanted to go ahead and play the clip, and I screwed up. I had everything ready except for this clip up and ready to play. So I apologize for that.
We'll only play them if you tell us we're wrong, if you tell us that Bob is wrong.
Well,
so do these play in the next episode, or can people call in right now?
No,
they'll play in the next episode if you call in right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
They'll play in the next, and hoping the audio.
It's a voicemail.
Hoping the audio volume on this isn't too bad, but yeah, it's a voicemail, and it'll take you straight to voicemail. We just thought it'd be something neat with podcasts. People usually driving in transit, doing something. maybe they can't be bothered to send an email, but maybe they could be bothered to just send a quick, voicemail. So I'm going to play this. Hopefully the audio is not too loud or stuff.
Bob, what's up, brother? I love your show, man. I'm driving right now. I'm listening to your new episode. Just got to say, you do a wonderful job hosting the podcast. I'm about to get off of my exit right now. I look forward to every one of your guys' episodes every week. Too bad Yip had to leave, but sometimes life can throw you a curveball and you just got to deal with it. You and Mel kill it. I love every single guest, especially Melderon and Duranosaur. I am a scrub when it comes to World of Warcraft. I'm not really that good. PvP I'm all right with, but yeah, I mean, it could be better, but I love listening to your guys' podcast because you guys seem like you're just a couple casuals just like me. And I love listening to your guys' tangents and everything. Gets my work week going through because I got a long, about 45-minute drive to work. But I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Just want to say I appreciate everything you guys do for the show. All the guests and all the little tangents you guys go on. It's just, I'm rambling at this point, but it's great. I love your show. Keep it up, man. Thank you. Bye.
So,
well, thanks.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool.
Name? I didn't hear it, or I forgot it already.
We played it from the start. I missed it.
You missed it?
I'm kidding.
I was like,
Yeah, this guy loves your show, man. Oh my god! Just tell him about Patreon. He'll sign up.
Well, I just thought it was cool, and I thought it was always like it's cool to hear people, but I thought this would be really neat if especially somebody who doesn't like writing is a skill, and not everybody's great at it, and not everybody wants to like write something in, but maybe they can speak well, you know what I mean? So maybe they can, maybe they'll feel more comfortable leaving a voicemail. And so I thought that would be really neat to have on the show. But I'm hoping to get more that tell us we're wrong or tell us we're right and they think for this reason, or ask a question, pose different things like that. But the shout outs would be really cool too. I just feel like they might be placed better at the end of the show to like end out the show. I think it could be neat.
You gotta have a politics segment if you want people to call in and tell you that you're wrong.
Oh, God.
We can bring up the conversation we were having earlier before the show.
Nope. No politics, no religion on this show. Wait,
I think Nat has himself muted, by the way. I see.
Yeah,
I see them.
If you have a ZDKP episode, me and Cdank will come on and tell you you're wrong.
Oh, absolutely. We'll fry you, man. Yeah, we'll fry you in the voicemail.
All right. Well, we did get some new reviews. You guys are killing it. Keep them coming. I'm going to read this first one, and then I'll let Mel read the next one. All right. So this is from. Oh, here, hold on. Let me take a drink. This is from Hunter Co. 5-star review on iTunes. Loving the podcast. Hello all. I am absolutely loving and enjoying the podcast. I've been playing WoW since I was 10 years old, 25 now, but was so bad at the game that I never got to experience any of it. Now that I'm older, playing through Classic has been a blast, and when I'm not playing, I love listening to you guys. I started at episode 48 and have been having a great time since. You guys have taught me a lot, and I look forward to listening all the way through Wrath also. Shout out to my buddy Taylor for recommending me this podcast. Thank you, Koala Twee Benediction? Koala Twee. Yeah, I think that's right.
It's such a common story. The story of like, yeah, I was 3 years old when Classic first came out, and like I watched my dad play or whatever, or I tried to play it and I sucked. And then, this is like my chance to like come in and actually, do everything.
Dude, it's crazy.
I actually feel like he says, now that I'm older, I'm like, you're 25. I don't know if that's considered older. I feel like that's not. No.
That's 9 years younger than when I started playing Classic. Vanilla.
Well, what's crazy is that I mean, it is that way. That seems like that's the majority of the population in Classic, and it's so weird for Mel and I, because I'm pretty sure we're the only two in our guild that actually downed, the highest level content in vanilla. Now, TBC and Wrath, there are people who had done it, but in actual vanilla, I'm pretty sure we're the only two in the guild that actually, completed everything. No, we weren't that cool. We did about 5 bosses in Nax before the guild. Finally, we just lost enough people that it just wasn't worth it to keep running MC and BWL and AQ every week over and over again just to get them geared up. Like it just wasn't worth it. So, and they
40-man roster is a huge responsibility.
Yeah, and we just we lost our main tank was the last draw. We're like, nope, we're all done. We know TBC's coming out. We're done. And that was the end of that. But I mean, we did everything else. I mean, we were second on the server, first allies to drop Neff and Cthulhu. So I mean,
you're talking original.
Yeah, very first vanilla.
What server?
We can't remember when we transferred at some point when the population was spiked. We can't remember when throughout, but it was either Burning Legion, which we were on first, or Mugthal. I think we transferred, and that's when we joined the guild. But I'm a little hazy on because the transfer was oh, we're just gonna transfer, and we did. So I think we transferred prior. So I think it was Mugthal.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so and then the other thing I pulled from this is you say you listen to the pod when you're not playing, but I'm just saying, man, the reason I want you should try when you're farming listening to a podcast, because I'm telling you, it is the best. You will forget your farming. That's why I'm all my content creator buddies, I'm start a podcast. I need more content so I can farm more. It's just that's the best.
If you guys could do that for Bob so that he can farm more, because I'm starting to run out of gold and I need Bob to farm.
I'll make a Twitch stream of me farming so that you can listen to it while you farm.
I don't know if that'll have the same effect.
I've always done the same. Or a good stand-in for a podcast is an audiobook. But
definitely,
it's funny.
That's my second go-to.
It has to be something that you don't have to think about, though. If it's something that you have to think about, it starts becoming distracting. But when it's something that requires no attention, then it enhances so much because you're focusing on the thing you're listening to. I actually had these weird associations. When I was leveling on Nostalrius, I was listening to Joe Rogan podcasts, and I associate different guests and different podcast episodes with different zones.
That's hilarious.
When I was going through Stone Town, I was listening to Paul Stamets, and when I was going through the Barrens, I was listening to Bill Burr. So it's I still think of those. It's funny. But yeah, it's
like when you hear a song from high school and you think about what you were doing in high school when that song was really popular. Yeah,
exactly.
Yep. It's crazy. All right.
Yeah,
well,
I do audiobooks when I run out of Warcraft Reloaded episodes.
Yep. I just love podcasts just because it feels if you're listening to, I think, a good one, it feels like you're in the conversation, and I just love that part.
Oh my God. Sorry, my dogs just went nutty.
Oh man,
you'll probably hear mine at some point, though. It's no big deal.
We have one in each room right now, and they're not happy.
All right, Mel, would you like to read the next one?
I sure would. So this one is from D1VV. I feel like that's supposed to div, but I'm just going to say what it is. All right. So it is a review that says it's beeping horrible. So, that's fine. You can have your thoughts. But it says, the title of this review comes nowhere close to the actual quality of this podcast. As a veteran WoW player, I have played every single WoW expansion, with Wrath of the Lich King being the most played. In every aspect there is to be played. The fact that this show can cover almost every perspective in 1 or 2 episodes is amazing, regardless of whether you're a hardcore raider, casual player, or a glad, you can get something from this show. Bob and Mel provide such great entertainment and always seem to knock it out of the park with any guest or yip comes on the show. I cannot wait for Wrath and to see how my guild will compete with Varg. Keep on trucking and for the Horde. P.S. When Bob responded to Sarth about TOC, I died of laughter. The truth hurts. What is he talking about, TOC?
Mel, you're supposed to say for the Horde.
No, I don't do that for the Horde.
No, okay, so I tried to think back to it too, and all I could think of is my actual thoughts at TOC. And I feel like I don't remember this specifically.
Wait,
we talked about
TOC?
it.
I don't know.
Trial of the Crusaders, the 3rd raid in Wrath.
Oh, got it.
So I believe my guess is
spoil it for us.
Oh no, I'm not going to spoil. Yeah, maybe we should tell people on the show. We're going to be doing an interview with these guys at the end of the show. It's all about Blind Fresh. It's a new look at Wrath of the Lich King, not knowing things about any of the bosses and stuff when they go into it, and you'll get to know all about what it's about. You want me to send you guys
my detailed guide about how to do everything? Will that help?
Yeah. Mel hasn't even I didn't even prep Mel on this because she can't say anything because she doesn't remember playing the original Wrath, and she hasn't played any of the raids on the beta.
It'll legit be a new game to me.
But like I was saying,
yeah, you should join us.
What I think. Yeah, tell Mel to start over. Yeah, right. What I think I probably said is Sarth probably said something about Trial of the Crusader, and I probably said, dude, Trial of the Crusader sucks. It's going to be something we really have to just kind of muscle through, and it sucks. Because it sucks. It really is just the stain on
Spoilers,
Wrath.
Bob. Spoilers.
It's supposed to be like a low point. However, Blazing Bob, do you think with all of your experience of having done Trial, do you think it'd be more interesting for a group of people who are going in there blind and doing it without knowing the fights? So is it interesting enough to go through and learn, or is it super duper easy, or what do you think?
Well, we did go in blind.
Yeah.
Because it was back in our original progression days where we went in blind and we just tried to do it. And then literally. It was crazy because when you were doing progression back in the day, you had your few guys in good guilds. You always had a few guys that really knew what they were doing. So they're going through combat logs, and everything else. So you would do a fight, and then the majority of us would take a break for 5 to 10 minutes while those guys looked at the logs, tried to figure out what was being cast and what was happening. And then it'd kind of be a discussion on how we want to station our own selves for the next try, and then we'd actually make another try again.
Well, so how complex were the logs back then? So were you guys looking at damage meters? Was there an equivalent to Warcraft logs?
There was not an equivalent to Warcraft logs. We were looking at actual logs and damage meters, and not recount like you guys have. Today, or not details. like you guys have today. It was literally what I'm using in the Wrath beta right now, which is just recount. Damage. I'm using damage meters just because I tried a bunch of different things and couldn't get them to work, and I was like, damage meters is fine, but that's what we were using back then was damage meters, and it's a really lightweight app that just tells you the damage done, the healing done, or different things, but it's not it was really hard to track interrupts. We did get that sometime, and we did get that in Wrath though, but it was just kind of a pain. It was just, there was a lot that was a pain in the ass. So we did do it blind, but that's not what, it just sucked. You're standing in one spot, you're not moving through a raid, you're in one arena the whole time. Just imagine a raid that is Blackrock Depths arena.
Oh, you mean the LBRS? The LVRS arena, yeah, right?
No, it means BRD.
Yeah.
BRD?
Yeah,
the BRD arena. Oh,
Savage Gladiator chain.
Yeah, where
place.
stuff just keeps coming out of the doors, and then the gates are locked, and then if you die or beat up, the gates open up.
Go ahead.
LBRS?
Yeah, there is one in LBRS too. Like, remember, you jump down, you jump off of the.
That's
I can't believe I remember this.
That's you. Oh, okay. That's Upper Blackrock.
It is. That is Upper. Yeah, but I remember that is like that makes me want to die every time I do that because it takes so long. I think they increase the speed in Somme. Like, it's faster in Somme, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, the guys come out of the gate. Like, I guess they come out of the gate after you kill the next. Like, after you kill the last mob, they come out of the gate instead of you having to wait the actual 5 minutes or whatever it was.
Terrible.
Yeah, but
5 minutes to go to the eggs, get your rage up.
So yeah, that's my guess. Is I just told Sarth it sucked, and yeah, that's all I can guess there. But yep, thank you guys for the for the
fan mail.
Yeah, reviews. Well, we have one email next, and I want to apologize to everybody. I don't know if I never actually said we would read every email on the show, but we get so much email now.
You did say you'd read every 5-star review.
5-star review on iTunes, yes, and we do that. But emails are different. We enjoy them. We especially enjoy them if there's a question and stuff, and we always enjoy you guys telling us that you like the stuff. But we can't read every one of them on the show. So I apologize for that. I just want to set that clear. But definitely
you can blame Bob for that.
Keep sending them because we do enjoy them.
5-star review to Mel on Twitter.
Okay, well,
thank you,
Mel. Why don't you read this next email? Because I thought the question in here was awesome, and I thought it was a good little topic for all of us to talk about.
Well, good, because he says, "Hey team, great podcast. Keep those tangents going." So you've really set us up for another tangent here, Bob. I'm a newish officer in a semi-hardcore guild and was wondering if you guys had to deal with raiders on drugs or alcohol during the raid and how that impacts the raid and other raiders. Have you guys ever had to kick people or have an intervention, etc.? I know, right? As it was causing issues with mechanics and causing wipes, etc. Thanks for the advice and keep up the good work. Maddie from Argol, Ret Paladin for life. Well, first of all, he says for the Horde, but we'll just skip that. First of all, you're Ret Paladin, so I mean, we can only take this with a grain of salt, right? Because I'm just kidding. Ret Paladins are fine. But I think that's funny. What? They're not. No, they're not. I mean, you need one, maybe. I don't know. But I think that's funny because there's definitely, I mean, alcohol specifically, yes, we've had some issues with people. Nobody on this show with me. But what's funny is I remember there was one time where this is actually a week Bob didn't raid. We went out and my dad's on city council and we went to this city council party and it was this open bar and I was just drinking and, whatever. And then we came back and I had to raid, right? And I'm 2 sheets to the wind, like super, super drunk. And I'm sitting here and I wasn't in the first boss because we were a little late because they ran over. And I'm sitting at my computer and I fall asleep at my computer. And then Bob comes in and he's like, "Hey, they're calling you in. What are you doing?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah, okay." And so I get in and it's just from there, it was pure muscle memory, right? And I topped the healing charts that week. I didn't overthink things. It wasn't and it's hilarious to me. That doesn't always happen. This is not a, hey, go get drunk and you'll do better, because you usually don't. But that night, somehow, I made it work, right? We've also had other nights where we used to have somebody who would fall asleep, not usually during raid, but when we were doing other things, when Bob was doing other things. But I don't think we've ever had an intervention, have we, Bob?
Not an intervention, but I don't know, we've definitely never had, to my knowledge, any dealings with hardcore drugs or anything of that nature. And usually to be honest, weed I mean, it makes people a little bit slower, maybe, but like it doesn't really impair them all that much, unless they're leading the raid or something. But
I have had an experience with that, and I totally disagree. And I think it has basically no place. If you're in a progression raid, and they say you're like progressing through Mythic or something, it like show up sober, like if you have a drink, probably not gonna like lose it, but like, you know, if I can hear it in your voice, then it's like, dude, you know, like, what are you doing? Like we're all wiping here. Like we're trying to learn play our best.
Yeah.
You know,
we never drink during progression, right? Like we'd always drink when things were on farm, and it was like, well, I might as well have a drink.
Yeah. The guild I play on Alliance, United Exiles, Pywood Village, we've had drunk Cara runs sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Where we're supposed to drink and we're supposed to sing. Karaoke runs we've had.
See?
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's the way to make it fun. If you're going to Cara, right?
But I've actually had an intervention with a guy once. He was both smoking weed and drinking, and he was making misogynistic jokes. So I told him that's not okay. You're muted for the rest of the raid, and we'll have a chat afterwards.
Yeah, luckily we're in a guild that doesn't allow that, and I know it can happen.
Well, they don't either, obviously, right? But I think when they, like, there's one thing about getting drunk or being on drugs and not playing as well. There's another thing about having bad behavior when you're drunk or on drugs, and then another thing about like
there were two women in that raid. One of them didn't say anything. The other said, "I don't mind," but I mean. They shouldn't have to step up and say something. They shouldn't have to be that person who's a whiny bitch. So as the officer of highest rank there, I was the one who had to say something.
So
well, I appreciate you.
I think the context matters. You know, like you're saying, like in the context of like a guild that openly drinks together, like that's totally fine. But you know, in a situation where you have people that are trying their hardest to you know get through some content, you know, or just trying to get through it as quickly as possible because they have a couple hours that night and they want to, you know, get to the last boss or whatever. Like it's really it's irresponsible. And it's you know, I don't think it's a cool thing to do. Personally, you know, like people will claim all the time. So I'm an arena player, and you get tons of partners who'll be like, "Yeah, man, I'm just gonna like you know, I'm gonna hit the bowl real quick, and like I'm gonna play so much better. Just watch." Like no, you're not. Like it just never works out like that.
In your head, you play better.
You're just gonna not notice you're playing worse.
It's gonna feel more fun while you're losing. That's what's gonna happen.
I do arena with Ale like often every week, and he always comes in. The first question he asks is, "Bob, been drinking today?" This is the first question he asks because he's just setting himself up. Are we going to play 10 games or are we going to play more? You're drinking, we're only playing 10.
I'm just going to say for the record, the misogynistic jokes was not in the guild I mentioned earlier.
Oh, good.
But I think like you don't play competitively with Ale, right? Like you guys play and you have fun and you're trying to get points, but you're not like trying to exceed and like
that's why he's asking, because it's like if you know I've been drinking a bunch, he's like he really is only down to play 10, you know, just to get the points, like, but he's down to play often more, you know, if I'm acute, you know what I mean. And oftentimes we play arena late at night, so if I've been drinking that day, I'm probably not in a good state by the time we start doing arena, which is, you know, which is one thing. But I can talk kind of to this a little bit too. Or do you have something else to say?
Well, I was just going to say, but I can go after you if you want to talk about it, and then I can give my thoughts.
I'll go third.
All right. So speaking of me specifically, for instance, Molten Core. Okay, so for me, drinking actually within the first like 3 hours, drinking actually makes me better. It's kind of like that whole thing of playing pool, like where you're more
steadies your hand. Yeah,
like where you're just more relaxed. I mean, I've got tons of proof of it throughout playing Classic. Like I do a bunch of like completely sober nights, and I literally overthink everything, and just, you know. But at the same time,
a beer or two always works when you're playing darts.
Can I interject on that?
We'll just let me finish though.
You go for it.
So like Molten Core, I pretty much never walked in that place without drinking because it was a joke, right? Then we got to BWL. I didn't drink the first night, and we dropped Neff. And then we got to AQ, and I was like, I better not drink until we have everything down. And so I didn't drink for the 2 weeks it took us for progression on that. And then next, same, but it was a long time. So basically anytime I'm learning something new, I've just decided that it's the best idea and best for my raid that I don't drink. And so now that I'm on keto, I don't drink at all during raids, unfortunately, but because I only drink on the weekends and we don't raid on the weekends. But I do agree that if you're doing progression, it's just kind of rude, and that's why I stopped doing it. And just I want to be able to learn, and after about 4 or 5 drinks, I'm not really going to learn much. It's going to be muscle memory at that point. So I guess we haven't had to deal with it much, but there's the other thing that Mel was talking about, and when drinking heavily in Molten Core, it made me more likely to call out assholes. And we had an asshole tank. This guy was the type of guy that wasted our world buffs countless times.
Let's not get into guild drama.
He's long gone. Who cares? Wasted our world buffs countless times by doing stupid stuff like wearing no shield on a boss where he had no right to, and things of that nature. So the alcohol actually made it so I would actually tell him off, whereas if I wouldn't drink it, I wouldn't have. And at times it was good, at times it was bad. And that's where I think you really get into the problem. But as far as
it's just your filter tone, right? And then you don't have that wasn't the time or place to call somebody out and blame something on somebody, right?
Sometimes it was, but oftentimes it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if you have somebody who's drinking so much that they can't do mechanics also, that's really drunk. That's me at 2 a.m., when I'm trying to tell people, guys, you sure you still want to keep queuing? I can't even see straight, But yeah, that's where I'm at. You have to look at your own situation. And for my advice to this guy, you need to talk about it outside of raid. You can't wait till it happens in raid and try to talk to a person, because I don't care who you are. If you are hammered, you are not going to take it well if you get kicked because you're drunk. No one's going to take that well at all. So talk to him outside of raid. Just be like, dude, we need you to come crisp, man, and you're just not coming crisp. But that's my advice. Go ahead and talk about what you go ahead and counter it if you want to.
I was just going to comment on how I would approach this, right? I manage a lot of people, and I think in my background and behavior, I feel like there's a couple things you have to look at here. One is, what is your desired effect, right? What are you looking for? Do you want them to stop coming to raid drunk or on drugs? Or do you want them to be gone, right? Because you have to take 2 different paths on each one you go, right? And so if you want them to just stop coming to raid and on drugs or drunk, then I say your path is to then assess why they're doing it, and or not. But if you know why they're doing it, then maybe you can address that. I think they're probably just doing it because it's fun and it doesn't impact them as much as it impacts everybody else around them, right? That would be my assumption. And I think you have to assess what their personality type is and what they'll respond to better, right? So sometimes pulling somebody aside and saying hey, dude, we really need you to be crisp, like Bob was saying, will be very effective and impactful. Sometimes it'll turn them very defensive, and then they won't want to play, and then maybe they'll leave, which is fine too.
But that's kind of what you need to do at that point if they're going to the point where they can't.
But what I'm getting to is that sometimes it'll result in an effect where they just hide that they're drinking or on drugs or something, and then they're just not playing well, but you don't have any proof because maybe they're not screaming in the mic anymore, or maybe they're not advertising that they're drinking anymore, right? And so really, I would address the problem that you have. And the problem is not drinking or drugs. The problem is their performance or their attitude or what they're saying. And so you have to address that. So I wouldn't even, in my opinion, I likely wouldn't even bring up the drugs or the alcohol.
So
I would bring up the behavior that you want to change.
So you're saying bring up the performance and let them come to the conclusion of, maybe I better not drink, or maybe I should start drinking halfway through raid or something like that.
Correct. But you have to be able to deal with the consequences if it gets to that, right? So like, just like if I had an employee that was showing up late to work and I said, hey, if you show up late to work again, I'm going to fire you. And they show up late to work again. If I don't fire them, they're going to show up late to work all the time. No problem, right? Because I didn't follow through with what I told them that I was going to do. Now, if they show up late to work and I fire them, I have to be able to cover what I'm firing, right? So I need to be prepared to plan for that, because the last thing you want to do is kick the guy who was not doing great, but not have somebody to cover him. So then you guys can't raid for 2 weeks because you're recruiting, right? So I would plan for it now, have the conversation, and then be prepared for what's going to happen if he leaves versus if he stays.
Yeah, that's why you only kick DPS.
Yeah, or rep pallies. Oh, sorry. No. I'm just kidding.
So the thing I wanted to interject on is you were mentioning how having a couple of drinks actually improves your performance a little bit. And just an interesting tidbit is if you about learning in general, like the process of learning, if you learn something in the context of a drinking environment, so say playing darts, for example, is you typically done in a bar. If you learn something while you're drinking, those neurons will fire better if they are saturated in some alcohol.
I actually tested this in college. Of course. I tested this in college with weed, and I like it was an actual test, like where I studied while under the effects, and then took the test under the effects, and yeah, it was an interesting thing. I didn't try it again, but like, someone told me that, and I was like, but then I took the test, and I don't know if this is like a good thing because it took a month, but I took the test again a month later and did much worse sober. So
yep, there have been actual studies performed with the exact same
usually music is something you can use. I mean, if you listen to a certain song when you're studying, and then if you're allowed to listen to music while you're taking the test, that works.
Well, that's way less fun.
I got Nat coming back with like, well, you don't have to do drugs or alcohol to get this effect. You could also use something more healthy, like
more
music.
Wholesome. Yeah, definitely.
That sounds ridiculous. I actually have multiple stories of like drugs and alcohol becoming a problem in different environments. But so like one of them was so I was getting really heavy into arena in BFA, like season 1 BFA. Warriors were really good. I was playing Turbo, which was a really good comp in the beginning. And our shaman just started like randomly playing a lot worse and being like more confrontational, and he didn't sound drunk or anything, so there was no indication that anything was off. It's like what's going on, like why are we arguing more, like why are we losing so much more, and eventually he revealed that he had been getting more and more addicted to opiates, and he was getting high before queuing up. And these are the people that we were about to sign a contract for a team, and at that point I'm like, am I really, like, I had a lot of sort of diverging things happening in my life right then. I'm like, am I really gonna commit to like playing 10 hours a day with these guys? I'm like, probably not.
Yeah,
that's rough.
And then that happened again in phase 1 TBC, where I had one of my officers who was this really cool guy, really reliable, very smart, just like super good, experienced. And, just like it was just like one raid that he came in and he was loopy. He was just, he was making the weirdest jokes, just like wouldn't stop talking. playing terribly, and we were just like, what the hell's going on? And like he had like gotten injured and like started taking drugs, but apparently he had an addiction before then, so that just reignited the addiction.
Yeah.
He started taking too much. But yeah, it's like a real thing but
for sure.
Yeah, overall, just I don't think those things really mix. Yeah.
Well, and then just like the mixing of drugs and alcohol can have some catastrophic effects, like opiates with alcohol with weed. I mean,
Listen,
all
we're
kinds
not
of
here
different things. But
discuss alcohol and opiates and that. We're here to help him with his problem with somebody coming drunk to work.
Mel, I think Mel hit it on the head. Like, I mean, depending on your relationship with these people, most likely it's just a guilty relationship, which is very similar to a work environment relationship. And yeah, I think Mel hit it on the head. I think that's the best plan, is just tell them the performance isn't there, and maybe they'll come to their own conclusion and not partake in their fun time stuff that they do.
Yeah. I mean, either that or you let them go for performance, right?
It's a super good point. Yeah.
This is far too much like work. I work partly with drug rehab.
Nah. Well, I don't. Wow. I work with adults. I mean, I have adults that work for me that I are not in drug rehab, and it's the same thing. So, I mean, people are people, right? Behavior is behavior. And like, I know a lot about behavior and I know how to manage behavior. So honestly, I just think you have to think about what you want and address the actual problem, not the perceived problem, right?
Yeah.
It makes sense. That's a good point. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, very good. And thank you so much, Aragul, for writing in. That was
Maddie from Aragul.
Oh, Maddie. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, thank you so much for writing in. That was a good conversation topic that I thought was pretty interesting, and we hadn't brought.
They
up
got
on the
their
show
tangent.
Before. Yeah,
they got their tangent.
All right, guys, what have we been doing lately in WoW Classic? Could be anything, like Season of Mastery, private servers, and Wrath, or TBC, or
waiting.
TBC private servers.
We've been waiting for fresh.
Yeah, it reminds me of the joke. What do you use your phone for most? Social media, games, movies? No, charging.
Yeah. I mean, we're we have a little private server that the guildies play on together, just to level up and have like a waiting room to mess around with. But
leveling.
Yeah, we're just waiting.
So wait, you don't do TBC right now?
No.
I mean, I was, and then I came back, and like the economy was a mess. The new player experience is a mess. And I was like, this, like I'm going to fresh anyway. Just forget this. Yeah.
Why start?
The past month I've done one Kara just to help some friends, but that's all.
Yeah,
because you could drink while you were doing Kara, right? Like it was a fun experience, karaoke, drinking. Like I'd go to that Kara.
I don't think I even primed Mel on what your interview is, like the pre-recorded one we're going to play at the end of the show here. I don't think I even told her.
You don't know what we do, Mel?
I have no idea.
Make it quick though, because we got a whole interview coming though.
Yeah. So we do raids without the guides or like weak auras or DBM or anything like that. Yeah.
You mean without something that tells you to get out of the fire? Because fuck that, I would die so many times.
That's the point. Yeah,
that's the point.
It's a training ground.
Solve the problem together. That's the thing.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more to it. So definitely hang out for the interview. But yeah, that's the very base level of it. But it's
you told
it looks to be pretty cool. And there's a lot of people.
And we're doing it in Wrath Fresh.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
All right, well, Mel, what have you been doing?
Well, we raided Monday and Tuesday. And then other than that, we did the beta last night, right? Nope, the night before. We did it Tuesday. No.
We did it last night.
No,
because I did
did it Wednesday. We did it Wednesday.
Wrath raids last night.
Yeah, we did it Wednesday. So
we did it over the weekend too.
Yeah. See, I always forget when you say this week, I go from Monday and I don't go back to, the weekend, but it's a lot of fun. We did find some issues because Questy doesn't seem to know exactly.
It's got about half the quest.
Hardly.
Yeah, it's got about half the quest.
Yeah, so then I had to just still look at all the quests on the internet, try to figure out and map them out myself. And Bob would be like, wait, we have to go all the way back there? And I'm like, yeah, I didn't look at that quest. Like, come on, let's move it. Let's go. And Bob gets mad because, certain quests don't do what he wants them to do or don't drop what he wants them to drop. We did finally give up on one quest, which if you ask Bob is really hard for me to do, like to still see that there's bags that I'm not going to go try and get the item. That's really hard for me. And the only reason I'm doing it is because it's beta. Okay. So in the real thing.
Lore Master is your thing then?
No, I don't know anything about lore. I honestly
I'm a achievement when you do all the quests.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm just a completionist. If you want me to not do it, I need to drop it and I need the exclamation mark to go away.
Oh, it's cat time. I've got to get my cat. This is it.
And I just need it to go away. Like, if I'm not going to do it, I need it to go away completely. So there's that. And then
I could teach you how to like right click and tell it to not put that quest on the map. That's okay. That's what I do for
You're
those
gonna,
quests
have to do that. Yeah.
Well, you know those quests that are like literally the whole zone and you have to like.
I taught you how to do that, Bob.
Oh, well then why don't you know?
No, I know, but like it still shows up on my, like, I don't know if I could do that in Wrath right now, but yeah, I taught you how to do that and how to change the colors of the little bags. So when you hover over them, there's different colors of bags. So you can tell where like the different ones are. Yeah. Don't act like you learned any of that on your own. I'm definitely the master of questing. But yeah, I enjoy questing. Bob made me do dungeons and then got really mad at me because he was saying that I only wanted to quest and didn't want to do dungeons and find the best way to do dungeons. So we compromised and I did a dungeon and then we went back to questing. Because then he tried to tell me that we were going to have to dungeon grind in Wrath, which I'm still working my angles on this, how to get around this. So I'll keep you posted.
Well,
okay. What you should do, Mel, is you should play the way that gives you the most enjoyment.
Well, I'm also a healer, so I get less enjoyment when Bob's not there. It really annoys me when I pull like 5 things and I'm like sitting there, I got my dot up on them and I'm like, yeah, I'm moving. And then Bob comes in and is like, phew, and they're all dead. And I'm like, damn it.
Well, to be fair though, like
sometimes.
Right now we're questing as me as a prot warrior, and like as long as the stuff's like hitting me, I literally just destroy everything. Like I thought that Wrath was easy because I played the prot tank right off the bat that like had gear that I copied over, but then I made like a rogue with like the blue gear and found out real quick, oh, okay. It might not be easy for every class. But yeah, so what she didn't tell you is we also tested us duo dungeoning. And like we tested Utgard Keep. We're going to test some others, but we tested Utgard Keep and like we can go and kill the last boss. Like we can't kill the first boss because of the freeze, because of a mechanic. Sorry, guys, I have to be vague on certain things because the two gentlemen on the show need to know.
It's okay. It's not a raid.
Okay.
Yeah. We're just raids. Yeah.
All right. So yeah, we can't tell them anything about the raids. So, yeah. But so there's a freeze mechanic on the first boss that is kind of hard. We probably could do it as long as we use like PvP trinkets and our cooldowns and stuff. But like we were heavy into drinking when we like tested it, so we weren't gonna like try and do some crazy stuff, but went on. You can also
skip the first boss.
Yeah.
So we just like walk around the first boss,
and and we were able to do the whole dungeon. We didn't kill the last boss, but all it would have taken was for me to blow shield wall and her to know that the whole bunch of damage came in at the end, and we would have been completely fine. But
I think I was holy firing, and he like took like 3 hits and died, and I was like, oh, sorry.
Yeah, just a
but
shield
you
wall
gain
would
anything
stop
from-
that.
Do you
What?
gain anything from being 2 rather than 3, 4, or 5?
Well, just
mean
that
time-wise?
we
XP
live
per hour?
together, so
Yes.
like
No,
we can.
Okay, he's asking if you get more XP. Yeah, the less people in the dungeon, the more XP you get. And
Per kill, yeah, but per hour?
Yeah,
Yes.
but yes, because you could only do 5 per hour. And like if you could do as many as you want per hour, you'd probably just go with everybody. But like since you could only do 5 per hour,
As long as you get under 12 minutes, you're gaining from being fewer people. Yeah, I get it.
yeah. So
Yeah.
and it's just not having to deal with other people. Like Mel and I are in the same house. We could be like, hey, we need to take the dogs out. We can just take the dogs out. We don't have to tell the 3 other people with us, like, hey guys, sorry, you have to wait 10 minutes to keep going.
We don't have to coordinate it.
We need
right?
to go
we
take
just,
the dogs out. Yeah.
We could do it a couple times if we want.
There
So-
should be more duo style content. Like I actually love that vibe of just you and a homie like doing something. You know, there's 2s in arena, but something like more chill, like a dungeon. Like there should be duo dungeons.
Yeah.
That one's
actually,
free.
yeah. This is actually a good call. But yeah, so
Wait, did
tested
you tell
that.
them though? Did I miss it? Because we went to the last boss and we wiped on the last boss, but then you couldn't get back into the last boss. Like the gate closed. And we walked up there, and so I'm walking up there, and Bob knows that I struggle with, how to get places. So I'm walking up there and I was like, okay, I think I found it. And I was like, nope, that's not it. And I'm walking back down, and Bob's like, Mel, what are you doing? And I was like, it's not up there. There's nowhere to go up there. And he's like, follow me, Mel, and gave me this very condescending tone. And I said, okay, Bob, fine. And we get up there and he's like, well, this is wrong. This is where it's supposed to be. And I was like, I just told you it wasn't here, and you acted like I was the dumbest person in the world and that I couldn't like read my name. But
Mel, that is learned behavior.
Bob.
Yeah, she was definitely right. And I totally told her straight up right up there. I was like, oh, I was wrong. Like, I mean,
did you?
I did. It's on stream. I love that we stream because I can actually like keep record of it.
You love that we stream so that you can say it's on stream, because you know that I'm too lazy to go back and look and clip it on stream. So you
one
just
of the viewers will.
Yeah, one of the viewers will.
Listen, somebody go clip that and show me that he did not say, you're right, I was wrong.
It was last Friday night, right after we did the show. It's actually the same VOD as the show. So if anybody wants to go clip that, they definitely can. All right. So we did that, and we've just been doing a ton of testing. I have been we've been doing testing on my warrior that I ported over a while ago. Since doing that, I've improved my tank set tenfold. So I'm really ready to go in now. I just have a couple different pieces to get next. Like it's cool too, because I've been doing GDKPs, and warriors, like a lot of them don't realize how good shield block is going to be in Wrath. They don't. They don't get it because in TBC, like the shield block move is a 5-second cooldown. In Wrath, the shield block move is a 60-second cooldown that you could drop down to 40 seconds if you talent it in, but it's still 40 seconds. So shield block rating was completely worthless for warriors in TBC because you could just click a button every 5 seconds. I don't even think it's on the GCD, and you just block. So having shield block rating was just dumb. But in Wrath, it is awesome. And so I've been collecting a whole bunch of shield block and shield block value out items and getting them super cheap in GDKPs. And I'm only willing to tell that on the podcast now is because I'm almost done. So yeah, my warrior is almost ready to, like, I could even just solo a Utgard keep until level 73
You
going
get
in.
you get the critical blocks. Yeah, you get the reflective damage on the blocks as well. Like it's warriors blocking is it's a very good thing. Yeah.
Yep. And it was a good thing in TBC. It was what made a naked warrior with a shield uncrushable, because you could just hit that key every 5 seconds. But now that you can't, it actually is a viable stat. Like, it was a good stat for pallies, definitely.
You could
TBC.
once you had your threat up, but until then you couldn't do anything.
Oh, you guys also, pro tip.
If they're not hitting you.
Pro tip, if you're a priest, you should probably train before you go to Menethil Harbor to get on the boat.
That's actually a tip for everybody. As soon as Wrath hits, go to your trader. There's a bunch of previously talentable skills, or not skills, abilities that are now just baseline. For instance,
I was missing out on Holy Nova.
For instance, Shield Block and Holy Nova, to name a warrior and a priest move that was prior a talented ability in TBC, but is now just baseline. So make sure you check your trader as soon as that experience bar pulls up, because you will have skills that, well, I don't know if every class has it, but a lot of them do have skills that are now just need to be trained baseline. You might not think to do that if, you know.
I think, you'll have time to do that in pre-patch, for sure.
Oh, it probably will be in pre-patch. Good point. Yeah, good point.
You'll have new talents. Yeah, new talents will have to be skilled up as well.
Good point. Good point. I did not think about pre-patch actually adding that in, but yeah, okay. Well, yeah, that's all I've been doing. I really haven't played the rogue much besides just my little bit of arena each week, like, and yeah, just I've been. I worked up fishing, worked up mining on the warrior. It's great on the warrior. I was able to get to like 350 mining, and then I was just able to go into slave pens and just like walk right to the nodes and just mine them without having to fight anybody in the open world for it. And like, we went with two warriors, but I'm pretty sure I could have soloed anything we had to walk through to get those mines. So like, a little pro tip, if you're working up mining, you get to like the 350 range, you don't want to fight with people in no grand slave pens. I got it done in just like 2 hours, and it was only because you could only go in there five times. So after about 25 minutes, we had to wait for another 35 before we could go back in. But super easy. You could dodge most mobs without even having to fight anything. So yeah, that's all I've been doing. Mel, do you want to just cover raid progress?
Well, don't we want to ask Cdank and Natt about what they've been doing?
We asked them at the start. And
they
said no.
We're just chilling, waiting for fresh.
Yeah.
That's fair. Okay, raid progress from this week. So did we cover? No, because last time we went in on Thursday and we had our struggle bus night through the through Sunwell, and we got to everything other than the last boss, and then we went back in on Monday and did the last boss. We did it was okay. We downed him, but it was not smooth. But we got all our wipes out on Monday, and then we went back on Tuesday and did our full run, and things went really smoothly on Tuesday. Everybody was, we had everybody back. I think we had talked about last week, like we had some people out and lots of our shaman that weren't able to come. So that was a little bit of a barrier. But I think overall, so we went in on Tuesday and we wiped on Caligos once. It was my fault. Well, it wasn't all my fault because one person, it can't be all their fault, but really pretty much was my fault. We had these like portals set. We only had 6 healers, so like everything was really set and like, hey, you do this, you do this. Well, we go into Caligos and I went to like open up my angry assignments to see, like, I was like, I think I'm in portal 3. Like he had just said it and I had like registered it, but then it like went out of my mind. So I went to open up my angry assignments to like get it to go. But when I did it, I don't know what button I pressed, but like my default like raid frames or something else came on my screen and it literally like took up my entire screen. I couldn't see anything. So I'm trying to figure out how to like get this off of my screen. And they're like, group 1
Lua error or something?
No, it was raid frames that were like this big.
Oh.
Everybody's raid frame was like this big in the middle of my screen.
And when she says this big, she's saying like basically the size of your character. Like each frame, the size of your character, if you turn them sideways. She was making a hand signal. Sorry, I'm doing it for the audio listeners.
No, that's fine. So I was trying to figure that out, but I thought I was group 3, so I thought I had time, right? And there's not a ton of damage that goes out in the first like part of it, but I was still able to see like my raid frames that were tiny and on the bottom, right? So I could still heal, right? But they called group 1, and then all of a sudden they called group 2, and then they're like being like, "What are we doing down here? Nobody's healing." And I was like, "Oh shit."
Well, Mel,
and I didn't go down there and they wiped down there and that was my fault.
Well, Mel, just to like help you out here, it wasn't your fault. For some reason, Portal 2 didn't show up. It either bugged out or it showed up in a place where nobody saw it, but the consensus of the entire raid was, why didn't Portal 2 ever come up? Like it literally, we waited what felt like a millennium for the second portal, but I believe it was the third portal, and the second portal just didn't spawn.
Well, I do think the people that went down in the first portal may have survived if I had gone down too, because I think it was just Jasmine and he had to be cursed too. But
by the time the quote unquote second portal, which I pretty much think it was the third portal, popped up, Caligos up top was at 1/3 health, and the boss downstairs was almost full. So we wouldn't have been able
to. Okay, so it wasn't my fault.
To beat the fight, period.
Okay, good. So you can just delete that from the recording so nobody knows all that happened.
Yeah, so
but I'll go on. But then we went to Brutalis, and Brutalis we one shot, which is pretty typical. But let's all get a round of applause because we one shot fell missed. Come on, woohoo!
Yeah,
that doesn't happen very often. I don't know why it doesn't happen very often, but it doesn't. Then we went to Twins. Twins went like annoyingly it was just annoying. We wiped it 3 times, I think. And a few of the times we couldn't determine why we were wiping, right? And it was like, usually we can determine like, oh, okay, this is happening. This is why we're wiping, right? It was just like, we just didn't have, people were just dying. And I think this was one of the first times that we've done Twins with only 6 healers. And I don't know that we were as prepared or people realized, because I don't think I realized that we only had 6 healers, right? So I think it was just getting used to the fact that people take a lot of damage on Twins. And, you know, if stacks don't wipe on them on their own, like people need to be much more aware of that when they're 6 healers. I can only do so much with Circle of Healing. And if you're in a group where you're the only one taking damage, you're probably not going to get healed because you're not my priority.
Well, and it seemed really weird, even when we got him down. So in phase 2, after we dropped the first twin, we've never had a problem. We all stack and like everything drops on its own. Everything's fine. We've never had a problem once we get to that stage. For some reason, that stage, the debuffs were still stacking and not dropping, even though we were on top of each other. And we were just taking massive damage during that phase. And we don't ever remember it being like that. We were almost wondering if it was bugged from the recent updates, but like it was definitely bizarre. Like, and throughout the whole thing, like the debuffs were just not dropping easily, and it was the most bizarre thing. But
I mean, either way, we spent like 25 minutes on twins, which was unfortunate. We wiped 3 times, but then we killed them. It was kind of, fair virtue chin chin, but I feel like that's kind of how twins is. We went to Muru, and
if it makes you feel any better, Sarth and Salad Bakers wipe on their speed run on it like almost every week. So
yeah. I mean, I feel like we've one-shot twins more than we've one-shot Fell Mist, so I feel pretty good about that. At Muru, we went to Muru, and we wiped twice on Muru. And I'm trying to remember back. Bob, do you remember what our wipes were because of on Muru?
The first one was... I'm not positive. I think the first one was like we were just having people die to the ads. Like the tanks didn't get control of them fast enough, but I could be wrong on that.
We were also down. No, that was on the last week where we were down to Shami.
We were down 2 Shamies the week prior. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think. Oh, I remember. I think it was just. I think it was just stupid mistakes. I think people died early or other things. It wasn't our damage. It wasn't anything like that.
We had a couple arcane bombs didn't go off on a couple of voids early on. Void packs. There was just individual mistakes, and I don't know exactly who.
They were pretty quick wipes. I mean, they were like less than 2-minute attempts, and then we were able to get Mover down, so that wasn't too bad. So then we went to KJ, and KJ was we actually tried something different.
We finally tried the stacking strat, and we'd been scared to try it prior, but oh my god, it's easier. Anybody who is not doing the stacking strat, you're doing it wrong, dude. Don't think the stacking strat is you stack the entire time. It's just you stack in the middle of the fight, and it's badass. Like it's everybody gets the haste buff, like all the ranged, all the heals. Like it's just better. The fight lasts less time, so there's less chance for people to make individual mistakes. The orbs die quicker because the range always has the haste buff. Like look into it. Sarth has a video on it. Definitely do the stacking strat.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, it took us a little bit to get used to it, but we felt like, and I don't know if this is how Harshkar felt, but I felt like we had the practice on Monday, like the day before. We had the practice on KJ, just getting the actual just mechanics down, right? So we were already pretty fresh on killing KJ. And so it was the time, we had we had plenty of time left in raid. So why not try this different strat? And it took us a couple times to kind of make sure that people got out when they had the fire bloom. But honestly, it didn't go nearly as chaotic as I thought it was going to go. And then, I don't know how many times we wiped on KJ, but we did end up getting him down, and we ended the raid with, an
hour left, maybe?
It was 45 minutes, 50 minutes, 45, 50 minutes. 45. We had 45 or 50 minutes left.
Of a 3-hour raid.
Which if we wouldn't have had those like stumbles on twins, would have been like an epically quick raid night for us, and that would have been awesome. But even with the stumbles on twins, one night clearing with 50 minutes left or 45 minutes left felt good.
Yep. Yeah. I think like learning the spread out method first is great, because you're still going to have to spread at the beginning. Yeah, you're going to have to spread at the beginning and you're gonna have to spread at the end of the fight a lot. Like the end of the fight is like run in, run out, run in, run out, run in, run out. I mean, it's crazy, but like, yeah, it's going good, and yeah, we dropped that pretty easy. But I think that's gonna do it for segment 1. Let's move on to time for the news. All right, guys. So first off in the news, the lock on creating new characters or transferring to Firemaw is opened back up. This story just kind of makes me want to puke in my mouth a little bit. Like,
Firemaw is like totally ally now.
It's absurd, and I blame all of you. I am so tired of this shit. Like, I know Blizzard, like, obviously Blizzard just wants everything to be a mega server with one faction on it. I don't know why they don't believe in PvP, but I'm just going to say it. Like, I know you guys listen to the show, and for this one, fuck you. Like, it's unreal.
I had the 2 characters on Horde Firemaw, and the guild I was in there, Swedish guild, Regimentet, they moved to Gehenna during the possibility of free transfers. I was in Denmark at Legoland, so I didn't move.
Oh, bummer. Well,
just closed it.
So just to let everybody know, Firemaw, which was just recently a 35K server that was fairly balanced, ally and horde.
Oh, yeah.
Is now a 15K server. 20K people moved off. It's now a 15K server, 93% ally. Oh, and everybody has moved off to Gehenna, which is now the 2nd largest server. Firemaw now the 6th largest server. Gehenna now is all horde. And so basically,
it has been for a while.
Blizzard, what you allowed to happen was for an entire faction to leave a server that had fairly good balance. And I am just like, I'm beside myself right now. This whole handling of how you want to do the PvP servers, fine, just change them to PvE servers. Like, I'm getting tired of this. Like, you guys claim that you're letting people do what they want to do, but like, have some freaking, I usually do not get upset on the show, but have some freaking, some intelligence. Like, yes, they're going to move to the easier spot. You have to stop that. Like, once it started to be huge, you should have said only Alliance can go off the server. It's that easy. Like, but nobody wants to watch it. And I shouldn't talk about that. I'm bad. Somebody else talk. I just need to breathe for a second.
Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad.
Unfortunate story about your guild abandoning you and leaving you stranded on that server, man.
They were fine.
But yeah, I at the end of the day, you know, it's a combination of, you know, player choice and Blizzard being the ones who are pulling the levers. I don't know if this was an accident how this happened or this was intentional. Where I don't think Blizzard was just like, haha, how can we ruin this server? But like how did that end up happening? Was it just an accident?
It was possible to move away from Firemaw because it was too big. That's good.
Yeah.
But the thing was, it was possible to move from another server to Gehenna. Free transfer off a small server, and there was a free transfer from Firemaw to that small server, so you could hop one way and then to the other for free. Bring all your money.
Gehenna was another mega server.
Yeah, it was the 2nd largest.
Yeah, so but that's a loophole that Blizzard obviously should have been aware of.
They closed it, but too late.
It's a little silly. Yeah,
well, the problem that I have with it is that back in the day when they did these transfers, they moderated it, and it was literally only horde or ally allowed to leave. Like, and then when it started to get close to balanced, they would lock it. Like, and
I think we just have to accept that we don't live in that world anymore. We don't live in a world. Yeah, you can hate it all you want, right? But fiscally, we don't live in a world anymore where they can afford to pay 100 people to monitor server populations every hour.
100 people, I could do it solo. Looking at it 1 hour a day.
Okay.
Like, it's that easy.
Just put a delay on transfers and that solves it.
I feel like there's a million ways, but the point that you're making overall is I don't necessarily know that it's because it's too expensive. I think it has more to do with like greed and like trying to cut corners. But that we definitely do live in that world that you're describing, where it's like Blizzard is cutting as many employees as they can and going as lean as possible, which is the reason.
It's right. Like,
yeah, it's just what we have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, because obviously they could pay like 1 or 2 GMs to like go through the servers and just like look at the instances and see who's botting, and that would take care of that situation.
I mean, I was exaggerating 100 people, right? Like, I get that. I know it doesn't take 100 people to monitor a server, but I'm just saying, like, it takes manpower, and
they don't want to do that. They just want to automate it.
Okay, but here, correct. Like everything, right? Like everything.
There's no automation that works. You have to have a human, combating the problem, because it's humans going after the problem. Like,
they can just have a parameter to allow transfers or not. I mean, a parameter that says transfers are allowed if X or Y, and if X or Y isn't applicable, then no transfers.
True. Yeah. You put if statements in, and like you can literally stop it once you hit 50%, and then you go back in and you go, okay. We still have too many people on fire. We're now 50-50. We got, 2,000 alliance to move off. They were the bigger faction. So now we're going to allow free for both. And then you do that for just like you literally have like something that tells you once 3,000 people move, and then it stops it. And then it stops it again. And I understand guilds want to move on their own, but I don't care. I'd rather have a healthy server than you not make it with your one guild. So
yeah, at the end of the day, it's like I agree with the point that like Blizzard should prioritize the health of the game, and they'll end up making more money long term. But that's not how businesses work these days. Businesses are going for that short term, profit. The quarterly earnings.
Especially businesses trying to sell.
Yes, and that's what it's all about, and you'll get fired if you come out saying like, hey, I found a way that we might lose a little money now, but like a few years down the line we're going to be making a lot more money. Like get the hell out of here with that nonsense. We need to make money this quarter.
Right. I mean, and it depends on the business, right? Like I get that. Like there definitely is, like, you have to pay money to make money, right? But I think in their opinion, they've already paid the money to make the money, right? Yeah. And this is a classic version. It's not something that they thought was going to take a ton of resources, right? And they've already put a lot of resources into it, which I think we've all been happy with. And I mean, it's not been perfect, right? There's other things we wish they would have done and other things we wanted them to do. But there's never going to be a perfect game out there. We're never going to get the vision of the game that every single person agrees with, right? So I think we have to appreciate the things that they have put the resources into. And then really, when you complain about something, I think you have to think, okay, if I complain about, if I want them to put more resources, say they have 20 people, that's all they have, right? That's all they're going to get. That's all they have. If I want them to put some of those people to server balance, what am I willing to give up? Like, are you willing to give up other areas that you don't care as much that they monitor? Like, do you want to give up, them monitoring bots, which, maybe, because it doesn't really work.
Is there somebody monitoring bots?
Not really.
Yeah, me. I'm really good at it.
Like, dude, honestly, like, I know Blizzard makes a ton from bots. I'm one of the ones that really doesn't care about bots. You can have bots for days as long as you keep my freaking server balanced, so I can actually have a good time in the open world with world PvP. Like, that would, and maybe the problem is the players and or maybe it's the streamers like Asmongold that told everybody PvP servers were the way to go. Like, I'm getting so angry about this. It's making it hard to talk, but we have so many people on these PvP servers that like they literally think like a PvE server person, and like that's fine. It's fine to be on PvE, but like don't fuck up my PvP servers.
Back in the day, the PvE servers were called normal.
Yeah, and that's fine. Maybe they should have called them normal, because maybe then more people would have went, because it seems to me that like a lot of the people just don't understand what a PvP server is. And
here's the thing, Bob, you wanted that same PvP experience when you went back and played Ultima Online again, and you didn't get it, right? Like, the world is changing, efficiency is changing.
Well, I got the same PvP experience. I was just not as good. Like, I just didn't win as much. Like, that's all.
Yeah.
But like, it's just like in our original vanilla PvP servers, even in a top guild, you weren't expected to maintain a PvE only comp. Like, that's something of new days. Blizzard should have known this and had dual spec in from the start. Would have made all of classic WoW healthier.
Oh, well, for 50% of the people, and the other 50% would have complained that this is what ruined WoW, and how could you possibly do this to us, right?
Well,
like,
and
that's the thing, is that you can't make everybody happy.
Guilds would have min-maxed it and made people go to PvE specs. I get that argument.
Correct. And I mean, I guess all I'm saying is that you're looking for the WoW experience that we had back in 2005, and that experience
I'm just looking for a balanced one.
That experience does not exist anymore. It does not exist anywhere in the world anymore, because we are not the same people. We are not the same gamers. We are not the same community, and we have access to way too much content to make it possible.
But a balanced one is possible. It would be different, but balanced would still make world PvP crazy better.
Sure.
Like,
take the servers back to, 1,000 people.
Like,
let's do that.
You guys on Grobulus, hold strong, man. You guys are the last bastion of the beauty of world PvP.
So when you something interesting is when you give a human an option between two random arbitrary choices, right? So alliance or horde, red or blue, whatever you want to call it. A person, you will see an absolutely even distribution after a certain number of people respond, and that's what you typically see with the servers. So back in the day, a lot of the servers, they're definitely imbalanced servers, but a lot of the servers were pretty balanced. It's the ones that aren't really known for something. So like, Fairlena was known for SFAN and Asmongold. So you had a lot of people, going to well, actually, I can't remember. I think it was pretty balanced, but there's whatever. They're going there for the streamers, right? And then when the streamer leaves, they leave too. When I think with Grobulus, people are going there for RP, right? And the side doesn't really matter. Like, I'm here for RP. I'm a horde guy. I'm here for RP. I'm an alliance guy. Like they're not.
Yeah, like how do you know how much world PvP is happening on Grobulus?
I used to play on there. It's pretty great, actually.
Is it good?
Dude,
it's really
good. From everything I hear, it's a really good server. And Grobulus is currently sitting at 49.2% ally, 50.8% horde, which is glorious. Then all realms is 47% ally, 53% horde, and Grobulus is the only one even close to 50-50. Even close. Anything else that's close is like 33 to 66%. And for anybody who actually understands how vastly of a difference that is, 33 to 66% is two people for every one of you. Like, so it's not balanced at all,
Yeah, and the thing is, Blizzard have a whole team of people who have thought this thing to death and tried to come up with a solution. And where it is now with the way that they're approaching things is there's just no really good simple answer that's gonna make everyone happy. And I personally think, just fuck some of these people. Like do something, just force something on a bunch of people. Fuck them. I don't care. I'm with you, Bob. I want a balanced server.
Yeah.
they messed up. They know what they all colluded and abandoned the server. Well, someone's got to pay for it, you know. Like,
well, I mean,
any server that's 100% one faction, they should change it to PvE.
Well, and
so that the people that are actually on the faction with 1% get to actually play.
You say, hey, you could transfer to a PvP server, but this giant mega server with one side is now a PvE server. You guys have elected for this. This is what it is.
Oh, yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
Definitely. Say you're playing on PvP. That's when you're 99 to 1.
Yeah.
What if they change it to PvE until enough horde get on there, and then like they change it to temporarily PvE, and once you get enough horde population to get like 40% horde, 60% alliance, and it goes to PvE.
It would actually make it playable for those poor bastards that are sitting there.
That's true.
1%.
Although I will say, like, only assholes. I'm being quite honest. Only assholes kill horde on benediction. Like, literally,
but it's enough if 1% of the horde are assholes. That's enough to kill
the horde. Hold on. I was working up fishing in Zangermarsh. And there was actually on benediction, and I think it's probably like benediction ally players that are making alt hordes now that you can make them both on the same server. But like literally, these guys were just running around questing, and nobody was jacking with them. And I was just like flying by, waving at them. Like there's no sport in that type of killing. Like so,
there is on the opposite side though. So a lot of there's a whole like a small community of people.
I got ganked recently by by a group.
When the Sunwell patch hit, not this or the Isles of Kilthanos, there was a few people who were like looking for the best ways to kill as many people as possible.
Using guard mechanics and stuff like that is what you're talking about.
Yeah, there's definitely some sweaty PvPers over there that just love that underdog aspect that want to like go into a big crowd of people and try to kill as many as possible.
Yeah, but I mean this problem, like Blizzard tries to say that it's our fault, and I tell them, dude, do not try to like say it's our fault. It is literally your fault, and I can tell you the one thing that you did that made it your fault, and it will forever be your fault because of this, because now it's almost unfixable. And I've said it on the show before, but for anybody who doesn't listen to every show, I'll say it again. When you opened up free transfers from dead servers, that's when the mega servers began. And like the biggest server at that point was Whitemane at 13,000 people. And I check this every week doing the show, so I know. And you can't lie to me. Like, you opened up the dead server transfers and you allowed them to go to super populated realms, and you didn't have stipulations on horde or alliance. And you should have had just one if statement. If horde outnumbers ally, horde can't transfer here. Ally can. Simple as pie. But you didn't do that, and now we're fucked. And so it is always going to be your fault. I'm sorry you're in the predicament now. I don't know how to solve it for you, but it's your fault.
At this point, they just got to put their foot down, say fuck you to a few players, and fix the damn servers. That's my opinion, but they're not going to do it. So
nope,
they could. I could hope that they do it on fresh, that they put stipulations, the maximum amount of each faction on fresh servers. That would be so lovely.
Hopefully.
But I can hope. I can dream. Let me dream.
See, I think the problem with them doing it on fresh servers is I don't think they.
Well, the problem is now on PvP servers, you can just make a horde. So what people will do is if like it stops.
They'll just make a horde in an alliance.
They'll just be like, oh, okay, let's our entire guild and these other 7 guilds all make hordes. And then now we can make more ally characters and we can bring more people in. Yeah. So it's screwed now. Like, they even made a change.
I don't think
made it worse.
I don't think any of us know how popular fresh is going to be.
I think it's going to be pretty fresh.
I can make some guesses here. I actually, but before we move on to that, I actually have one solution that I think would work. So I don't know if you guys played retail at all, but they have war mode, right? And if you're on a faction that is lower, right? Say it's like then you turn war mode on and you get like a 30% experience bonus. It's like ridiculous. It's super good.
It isn't even from what I understand faction lower. They just have sharding in retail. So like basically they throw all kinds of realms together to make the world feel alive when you're there. So it could be someone from all kinds of different servers that are in your area, and they do it like equally with, or they try to do it equally with ally and horde. But you turn on war mode and you can get more experience, maybe more money, I think, too.
Yeah, it's one side. Well, so I don't know how it works exactly, but I do know that one side tends to be unfavored, and the unfavored side will get more of rewards. And they could just enlist the same exact mechanic for these servers where, hey, if you come over on Fairlina and you play Alliance, you're leveling 30% faster, like maybe you some other incentive, like we'll give you a tower to flame. I don't know. Just give them some little carrot on stick, something to work for. Make it more fun for the other side, and you'll see people doing it. It's literally as simple as that. But I don't know why they wouldn't. As far as Fresh being popular, I think I have a lot to say about that. I'm a big believer in Fresh, actually.
Yeah, well,
I am too. I don't. I mean,
well, Mel, just to talk about the blind.
I've got 770s. I'm going Fresh.
Yeah, they like. What do you guys have? 900 people in the Discord.
Yeah, almost 1,400 at this point.
Yeah, and like so. Yeah, I think just looking at the blind guild. I mean, you've got like a big chunk. Yeah, that's just one guild. And then Scotty J is doing a whole push for it too. It's going to bring a lot of people. So, I mean, I think Fresh is going to be very popular.
Yeah, and you'll have your tourists, but I don't think it's going to be quite the same level as like Somme. So in Somme, we all know what happened. Everyone influxed in and had their fun and then left, right? And
then on top of that, like the whole hardcore thing on the hardcore servers de-incentivized regular people to play because they got so frustrated that they couldn't
hated
group.
Us.
Yeah, they hated us. I mean, that was so much hate. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bunch of other servers. They opened way too many Somme servers. Like, do you remember how many? There was like 8-10 servers on Somme, and that was like maybe one that's like actually, viable. Yeah. My biggest hope is that they release like at most like 3 servers, that there's just queues and we have to deal with it for a little while, and that's fine. But like the type of person that's getting attracted to the Fresh servers, you've got people who haven't even touched WoW Classic yet. Mm-hmm. And they're like, yeah, you know what? Wrath is my expansion, right? And that's the one I want to come and play. And then they have 2 options. So like, okay, I can play on these servers that are all messed up. They got 99% one faction, that the economy is in the dumpster, or I can go on the Fresh server, which is like literally the most exciting and fun content that an MMO has to offer is a fresh launch experience, right? They're going to go there, and those people are dug in. They're like I want to go all the way through Wrath, and they're going to stay, and that's just one example. But overall, it's not like Somme because it's not content that we just did. It's not like a seasonal server that's going to come and go for a year. There's more. It's the first time we've had servers that are classic. These are the regular classic servers that are fresh and new. The servers we're playing on now are the same ones that released in 2019. They've never released new ones, so this is a completely new experience here. And not just that, but I mean, you've also got all these people who are just fed up with the culture on those bigger servers. You've got the bot and gold buy and GDKPs. All that stuff and just all the toxicity of the rush through everything, kind of culture. And you have people that want to get away from that. And they're going to be much more comfortable, much more happy on one of these Fresh servers. And I think that they're going to not just be popular, but I would even venture to guess that we'll likely at least have one server that is faction balanced and they'll have staying power. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all down for it, right? Like, I have nothing against it, and I want them to succeed. I don't know that Blizzard knows how successful they will be, so I don't know if initially going in, they will also implement server balance, right? Because that ties their hands, right? Where it's like if they had a confirmation, right? Like of the 1,400 people in your Discord, do you know how many are Alliance and Horde?
We're all Alliance. Yes.
Yeah.
1,400 Alliance.
Good for you guys.
I mean, the better question is how many of these people are going to show up on pre-patch? How many people are going to hit level 80? How many people are going to show up and max around this? It's going to get smaller and smaller. But to make up for that, I think we're going to continue growing and growing, and I'm doing as much as I can to make sure that we're expanding to make up for any sort of loss. But yeah, sorry, I don't know that that Blizz will do any like intentional like faction balance maneuvers for Fresh as much as I would love that. But
I would love it too, and I think that's what sucks, right? Is that if they don't do it from the start, it's much harder, as we've seen, to get it going afterwards, right? To correct the mistake if they don't do it from the start, right? And I think that's
PvP, so I hope it will be balanced.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind being on the underdog side. If it's so like if they know that we're the bot killers, like they might leave us alone,
If we're on the underdog side, that's fine, because if we're 1,400 people, we're okay.
Right.
Strength in numbers, yeah.
You're muted, Bob. Or I can't hear you.
Yeah, I don't think there's a chance in hell that they're gonna. I'd love it for them to police the faction imbalance, but I don't think there's a chance in hell. The only thing I hope for the Fresh servers is they keep them fresh always, never allowing any transfers.
Yes, please.
Anything like
this is a
big.
I think if somebody wants to play with their friends, they can transfer
make a new
to
character.
A non-fresh
That's
server.
why it's called Fresh. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or the person who did a fresh
and it's still
account,
fresh a year later. It's still fresh a year later.
They are welcome to transfer to a different server to play with some of their friends, right? But if one of their friends wants to play with them, they can't come over unless they make a new character, right? Like I agree that I think that's basically very necessary to keep the bots out. Fresh should be the way.
They could allow transfers in of people under max level.
No
money, with no money and only the gear they're wearing.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I could agree. I could
and
potentially
no
agree
items.
with that.
No items.
Just the items that are soulbound that you're using. Nothing else.
That still is an avenue for botters to boost, and then it's like you can still, and then a person can buy boost and transfer it. So you may as well just enable boosting at that point.
They have to do that later, not now.
Yeah,
obviously.
Yeah. I honestly think it should just be.
I wouldn't be averse to moving my 19 Twink over. I'm just thinking of ways of doing that.
But
he's like, what loophole can I propose here?
I don't want to move my 70s over. I want to move a 19 character over.
Here's the thing: is they came out and they said like, hey guys, relax. We said 90 days, but that's a 90-day minimum. They said it could be 999 days. Like we don't know. It's going to determine based on the health of the servers and the feedback from the community. So if I end up being correct and then these fresh servers are very healthy, I also think the community is going to be very much of the same mindset that get these fucking transfers away from us. We don't want the boosts.
For sure.
Okay.
So I think they put that in there as an excuse that if later it's not healthy, they can allow transfers.
I've been trying to get this in forever.
Sure, go Bob.
So we have PvP, we have PvE servers. I want the new servers to be labeled fresh. And just like prior to the change they made recently, you could not move a character from a PvE server to a PvP server. They should make that for fresh. You could transfer between freshes, maybe. Like maybe that's a thing that's okay, but fresh should be fresh, meaning that anyone on those servers started during Wrath and never before. So that, and then when we go to Wrath Plus or Kata or whatever happens afterwards, maybe you could change that and you do another fresh, and then those fresh are protected throughout the entirety of that expansion, and that is what I think should happen.
I like it.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we went on that.
Why don't you apply for a job at Blizzard, Bob?
Oh man, they don't.
You change your handle to Blizzard Bob instead of Blazing Bob.
Yeah, they would get so annoyed with me being like, "No, what are you? What?
Yeah, Bob's like the idealistic person that they're like, you can go elsewhere.
All right. Well, the next part is the social contract. Retail players will know what this is, but us classic players don't yet. But we do now if you're in beta. The social contract has been added to the Wrath of Lich King Beta. I don't know how to do this except just read it out. Mel, do you want to read it or do you want me to read it?
Is it in the notes? Here,
I'll just read it. So this comes up. It's come up for me every time there's been an update. Like, I don't hope it doesn't come up every time you go in the game, but it came up for me twice recently. And so it's a social contract that comes up. You have to click OK before you play the game. It's kind of like a user rights agreement, like EULA. All right, and it reads, oh man, this is a long one.
Want me to do it?
Yes, please. In your beautiful British accent, please do it.
Let Nat read it.
Hail traveler and welcome to World of Warcraft. Azeroth is a living world full of people like you, other players with different backgrounds, cultures, experiences, and histories who have all come together to play World of Warcraft. Every player deserves to have a world that they feel safe in, so please take a minute to read our social contract. While in Azeroth, do your best too. Connect with other players and make friends. Being courteous in group content can help you and your teammates have the best time possible. Sending a friendly hello message can help set your group up for success. Play as a team with your fellow players, whether in dungeons, raids, battlegrounds, arenas, or out questing in the world. Do your best to support your team through your communication and behaviors so that you can all celebrate your success together. Assist other players that you encounter in the world. Maybe they need some help defeating a tough monster, or maybe they could use a little healing. Help answer questions others have in chat channels like General or Trade. We were all newbies once. One person offering some help can go a long way. We recognize that the internet is not always a safe haven. With that in mind, please note that the following behaviors are not accepted in Azeroth. Hate speech, including negative comments that target another player's identity, including aspects like race, gender, or ability. Harassment, threats, or abusive, derogatory language and behaviors. Spamming, advertising, or other disruptive behaviors. If you harm your fellow adventurers with any of your behaviors, you are subject to punishment up to and including suspension of your account. It's a big world out there with all sorts of people in it, so please try to be respectful of one each other. And if you ever feel like somebody is acting against this code, please report those behaviors so that our team can look into it. Together, you can help us make the World of Warcraft a safe home away from home for everyone.
So thank
you so much. That was beautiful, Nat.
That was beautiful, but this is a stupid idea, and I can tell you why.
Cdank. Okay, here you go first, and then I'll go right after because I had that opinion when it came out on Wednesday, and now my opinion has changed just from yesterday. But go.
So I think this is stupid because the person who needs to hear this most doesn't fucking read. they probably don't even know how to read. Let's be real. The person who's gonna make these racist comments or whatever, they don't give a shit. You know what this little box says. They already clicked the X and they're in there.
But that's not what the box is there for. The box is there for so the Blizzard can suspend you when you do these things, and then they've done the right thing. Nobody can complain. Nobody can complain that they've been suspended if they've broken this.
Well, that's where I thought that was the TOS that they scrolled down and hit OK the first time they logged in.
I don't actually know if that's in the TOS. I'm not sure. I didn't check.
Make friends is not in the TOS.
Make friends. Okay. They can't ban you for not making friends, Mel. Okay.
Hey, that was in the disclaimer here. It said you should make friends.
All right. So this came out Wednesday night, and I was streaming. And I made so much fun of it while I was on stream. Like I was like, wait, are you telling me I can't tell somebody to L2P if they suck? Like learn learn to play. And then I was like, dude, these things really don't happen to me in game at all. Like I don't have people like in pugs like saying bad shit, like all this stuff. I was like, I feel like don't even need this. Then yesterday,
I played badly for a while.
Well, no, Well, yeah, true. I did make that point on stream. I was like, well, I also play like at least a high enough level that any group I get in that's a pug is happy to have me. Like I go in as a buyer on my warrior in GDKPs and ZAs and BTs, and I'm often like in ZAs, I'm the #1 overall damage when it's over, and in BTs, I'm like 3rd, like in 25 man. So like, I guess like I don't really deal with that, but at the same time though, I've set up a lot of groups, on Benediction and done a lot of different pug things. So I go to the beta yesterday, and the raids had just opened, and so I made both Horde and Ally characters. Well, we decided to run a group, a little 10-man Nax group on Horde. We had me and 2 or 3 other guildies. We had to grab pugs. Well, I accidentally posted us for 25 man and 10 man. So I filled the group, and then I dealt with something I never really dealt with in Classic at all. And all the people thought they were joining 25 man. And when they realized we were doing 10 and we were like ready to go, they all just ripped me a new one, calling me all kinds of names. I mean, all of them too. It wasn't just one. It was like a hive mind. Like they're like just ripping me. And I was like, all right, well, I'm going to change it. And then they all left. Then we refill, right? With, people that knew we were going to go to Nax 10. Then we start doing Nax 10, and all of the people in our group were freaking assholes, like just assholes. And I did the TBC beta on Ally and had none of these problems. And they're just the most whiny, bitchy, even R word would know this. Like, I was blown away by the difference in attitude on the Horde side. And guys, Horde guys, do not get mad at me. Yes, this is extremely small sample size, so don't get mad at me. But I'm just saying,
actually,
one
Horde...
day as a Horde, like I should make a video of this. My one day is Horde. Horde, it was
Horde
interesting.
Are more hardcore. Horde are more assholes, and Horde are more skilled.
I don't know if they're more hardcore. Like, I'm pretty sure the majority of people that do it at the top end do it allies. So, I'm not sure, but like, all I know is it was a gross experience, and I was like, okay, well, maybe I am happy that they are gonna put this in. So,
an anecdote from the previous beta for TBC, what I recall is that the betas weren't monitored. They weren't policed, or there's no you could do anything in the beta and get away with it. You had people spamming the N-word everywhere, and nothing ever happened because they don't police it there. It's the wild effing West, and I wonder if that's the situation. And then there's also a whole community of people who play primarily on PTR, and I wonder if they're mixed in there.
Yeah, and I am not even talking about the N-word or any of that. I was just talking about basically the player-to-player interaction while talking back and forth in game. And I do GDKPs all the time. And, people are nice enough to just say, hey, man, full on melee or full on warriors. And I say, hey, thanks anyway. But these people were just so rude. Like, it was crazy.
So here's the thing, though. I feel you on this, and that you had this horrible experience. Like, let's cut the shit. This contract is not going to change anyone's behavior. All it is it's a smokescreen and a liability risk that is taken off of Blizzard because they have said this is what they expect from their community.
I think,
right?
No, I think that's right. I think it like basically gives them a straight up, you clicked this box, and I think it's going to come up.
Blizzard
often,
can't even
like
deal with
week.
bots. Bots are in the TOS. You can't bot and you can't sell gold. And guess what still happens, right? So what I'm saying is that, like, sure, I appreciate the fact that this is in there. I think that it's good. I think that it shows expectations, but anybody gets into the game. No, anybody gets into the game and engages in any of these behaviors, right? Like, so they're not what my problem with this social contract is that they're not identifying behaviors that will be punishable by ban. Right?
They are. They're straight up saying it, and they do watch like speech. You definitely right now. The first warning is you get chat banned. We know tons of people that have gotten that. Then you get banned after that.
They're already banning people for hate speech. So that's irrelevant.
But now they're
here.
saying that they're going to do it worse and possibly even shut your account down for good if you do this. Well, that's what this is saying.
Okay. So, but they're already kind of doing that. They're already don't accept harassment, threats, and abusive derogatory language if there is a proven fact that that is what's going on. They already do that. Spamming, advertising, and other disruptive behaviors. I don't know. Sure, maybe they'll like hardcore go down on that. But if you harm your fellow adventurers with any of the above behaviors, you are subject to punishment up to and including suspension of your account. That is exactly what is happening right now. So this is just putting it in writing, which it pretty much was before. And the ones above that are like, do your best to all of these things, that's great. Like, I think that's good information to give, new players and other things, but not like Cdank's right. It's not nobody's gonna read that's moving on to Wrath of the Lich King, right? Nobody that enters Wrath of the Lich King is like, oh, let me sit down and read what does my social contract tell me, right? They're not doing that.
Yeah, I was gonna go like harass trans people, but I just read this and realized I can't do that. So.
I can't do that. Yeah, I'm a much better person than that. I don't break rules when they're
swipe or no swiping. It doesn't work. But
I get why they did it. It covers their bases on, we have made it clear what we expect from our community. If they don't do it, we are trying to monitor.
It can also be used by guilds and say, we expect our members to adhere to this social contract.
Correct.
That's actually pretty good. That's a good reason.
Only if we don't have a ton of cross faction crap. Like, that's the only time guilds actually have a say. Cross realm. Sorry,
I like using that as a rules guideline for a guild. I think that makes sense. But
for sure, like it does provide a nice list of things. Like these are expectations, and I agree with every one of these. Like, I'm not saying that I don't agree with the social contract, right? Like, I think that the social contract is definitely what we should expect from people playing WoW. I think it's a good thing that it's like written down, and if you want to start a guild, you can be like, hey, these are the rules, we're going to follow these rules, and it gives you kind of a set in stone, like black and white area to be like, nope, that's not acceptable, you're kicked, or like, we need to have a talk and talk about your behavior, right? So I do like that, Nat. I think that's a good way to view.
You've also got the Summoner's Code in League of Legends. Have you guys tried that one at all? It's like one of the most toxic games in the world, and I think
we've never done League.
They did something similar to this, but I think they did it in a better way. That actually ended up working a lot better. But the thing is, League of Legends it heavily polices their game, where it's very easy to like report somebody and have something actually happen. And they have very good automatic detection systems. Like if you say GG easy at the end of a game, you get insta fucking banned. Like, you're not allowed to do that.
Dude, I like the way Overwatch did GG easy better.
Yeah.
Wait. You don't know what they did?
Oh, they changed it, right? How did
no?
How did
So yeah, you would type GG easy, and it would change it to some random, really nice statement. Not random, but it would.
Some of them,
right?
Yeah, some of them were really nice statements, and then some of them were like, "I'm sorry, I'm still in my mom's basement, and she's upset with me, and I have to go I have to go upstairs so she can change my diaper," and like stuff like this, and it just made it the funniest thing ever. So like you just couldn't type GG easy.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I love that.
Or it'd be like, that was a great game. You guys tried really your best or something like, and it was just hilarious how it took this. And I think that honestly, like, look at the function of the behavior, right? Like that behavior was like, I want to gloat that I'm doing so much better than you. And it turned it into something comical that people could like laugh over and enjoy, and it made it less toxic.
Even the assholes didn't come up with something new. They were just like, this is great. And they would just still spam GG easy and it just keep like saying like funny shit. Like, and it made the whole thing like less toxic.
In the beginning, but Overwatch became one of the most toxic games ever over like voice chat and stuff. No,
it was always we did a whole like that's how I started podcasting was in Overwatch, and it was always toxic.
Yeah. But GG Easy was not toxic. Okay?
This was GG Easy was across, the other, like you're talking about toxic like within your team. Like that's where where your voice chat is, and that's where like that never changed. That was always the best
toxicity in World of Warcraft is why my wife doesn't play.
Really?
She joined me up to level 15, and then we did our first instance, and then she said, "Nah, I'm not playing with assholes." So I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I mean, I feel like I've been actually very lucky. Yeah. Go. I don't have a lot of toxic experiences.
Yeah, she just had the one time in Overwatch where the guy was like, "Hey, I'll stop throwing if you send me your Snapchat." And then the executive producer of this show, who was my co-podcast partner, Jaw, big, huge black guy, like muscular as hell. He goes, "Well," and he's got a huge, deep voice. He goes, "Well, I'll send you my Snapchat if you stop throwing." And he goes, "No, I want Mel's." And Mel's like, yeah, I'll totally send you my Snapchat.
I'm not about
He then went on to like kick ass. And then at the end of the game, he's like, "All right."
I don't have a Snapchat.
He's like, "All right, send it." And Mel's like, "I don't have a Snapchat, sucker." And we left, like. So, I mean, she just played into it, and it just totally defused him. And he actually started playing the game. So
it sucks that women are constantly put in this position where they have to be clever or have to like outmaneuver like these fucking morons like on a consistent basis whenever they speak in an online game. It really sucks. But I know you wanted to move off the toxicity subject.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay. And Mel has talked about it before. She just hasn't had a ton of that to deal with, luckily, but.
I mean, I also think, I have my master's in behavior analysis, right? So like, I know how to diffuse a situation and like modify behavior in the way that I would like to see a lot of the times.
You shouldn't have to do that, and you shouldn't have to have a a
but
degree.
Every human has to do that, right? Like, and this is where I get to is like, and Bob, I'm sorry, but give me 2 minutes.
You got it.
Everything I get to is like, I get it that females are targeted to a certain degree, right? But they are targeted, males are targeted too, just for a different reason, not because they're male, because they have X against them, or because they have this against them, or because they're not good enough, or because they're not doing this, right? And so I think when you look at human behavior, I mean, it's everywhere. And the same strategies I use, Bob probably uses to deflect somebody from, targeting him for not doing, Curse of Wreck enough, or, Susie does because she has.
Hey, I have 100% uptime on Curse of Wreck.
I mean, I'm just saying. I hear Curse of Wreck from Bob all the time. That's why that came to my mind.
Yeah, it's just because I hate being on that duty is all.
I know.
Men aren't specifically attacked for their gender or targeted because of their gender.
Definitely not.
I mean, they are by some women. Yeah. They are by some women.
They aren't in World of Warcraft.
Yeah, that's very true.
Toxic women gamers is a huge problem out there. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm starting it. We're going to go with toxic women gamers, guys. Let's get them. Let's just pummel into them. No, but I agree.
I mean,
not in
like
gaming.
Well, sometimes you are like, I mean, like if you just try to explain something to a girl one time, like they might be like, "Stop mansplaining," and I was like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, well, don't explain it to me like I'm in freaking kindergarten.
Well, yeah, but like that's the whole point. I think a man, like oftentimes is just explaining it like they would explain it to a man, and then like it's perceived wrong.
Correct, but I think that's a history of it's a learning history, right? Like you have a learning history that people expect you not to know certain things. And especially in gaming, because there's a minority of women in gaming, people expect women not to know how to do certain things. So when you explain it and dumb it down the same way you would dumb it down to a guy friend, it is much more offensive to a woman, especially if the woman knows what they're doing. Right. Yep. And it's like, why don't you assess my knowledge before you start to explain it in a 2-year-old fashion? Right. Like if I need it in a 2-year-old fashion, go ahead, explain it that way.
It's a mild prejudice. You're just assuming that like girls like don't know how to play games. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, luckily for us, like we like it, as far as just WoW, and I'm not even talking about Overwatch, like some of the best snipers we played within Overwatch were females. But I mean, all the way through, except for vanilla, we always had girls in our raid that were really smart and really quick. So
yeah, I mean,
I've always just expected a girl to be just as good as a man.
Yeah, I mean, it was like 10% of the guild, though, tops, right?
10.
Like,
well, I mean, in Wrath, we had you and 3 other girls. I mean, that's what
of that's a 25 man.
Yeah, that's almost 20%. That's like what 17.5%.
Okay.
So it's not 10. Okay. But I mean, that was way back in 2008, right? Like now, I think you can.
I mean, we don't have more than that now.
True. You might have also had more girls who didn't tell you they were girls because they didn't want to get treated worse.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Right. There's some people that just never talk in Discord. You would never know.
Yep. And like I've said, I've always played with Bob. And Bob usually opens up first before I open up. Mm-hmm. So I have probably had a lot less toxic experiences than the typical woman because I joined.
You've got your white knight right there.
Well, not
yeah,
that
but
he's
she
even
doesn't
like doing
need
things.
A man to protect her. No.
No, but just that, like they haven't.
She will rip your ass up without me.
Oh, I can tell. Absolutely. Yeah.
I almost wish that I didn't have Bob so I could experience some of these things and really put these people in their place. But I feel like because they get to know Bob first, usually because he plays late night and he like gets to know everybody. And then they get to know me, like those toxic things don't come out because they know Bob and they don't want to offend him more so. Right. Which is a whole other set of.
Okay.
Also, they know you're taken, so they're not trying to hit on you.
Well, there's also other stuff too. Like, okay, so for instance, back in Wrath, we were in that really good guild. We took out Sarth, 3 Drakes. Everything in my life is second, but like we took it second on the server. We took Yogg. 0 life second on the server. I've mentioned it too many times, but I just wanted to point out we had this fucking mage. Okay, so I was the top DPS normally as a rogue, like in most like boss fights, and then this other mage was like a third of the time top of deeps in boss fights, and this mage was toxic. And he would always on Ventrilo hit on Mel and like say these raunchy ass things. And Mel was like, just ignore him and it'll just go away. And I just oftentimes couldn't. And it would turn into me being like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, I mean, he would just drive me to the edge. and I would just lose it. And Mel the whole time saying like, dude, just don't say anything, and he won't like do anything. And the guild wouldn't kick him, and they like it literally would turn into like us fighting for like a good 5 minutes, and nobody stopping at anything. And I'm just like, dude, will you kick this guy? And they wouldn't kick him. And like we ended up having to like, I mean, that was part of like we hated TOC, but that was part of the reason that we ended up leaving at the end of TOC and Wrath.
Because
like,
if you don't
it is not part of the reason that we ended up
Christ,
leaving.
Mel, are you going to talk about the reason you left in Cata?
I have no idea. But
okay, it's exactly the reason we left.
All I'm saying
Wrath.
is if Bob would have listened to me, and ignored this behavior, it would have gone away. And that's the thing.
We shouldn't have had to deal with it.
Why? Why do you care? Like, I deal with it at work daily with children that I work with.
But this is our entertainment. We didn't want to have to deal with it in raid.
But it doesn't faze me, right? Like, I just ignore it. I know it's an attention-seeking behavior. I know it's somebody trying to get a reaction. They get it from you, and then it keeps going, right? Like, if he says like, da, 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 right, and like all this stuff to me, and then I'm like, okay, so what are we doing next, right? And he doesn't get any sort of reaction from me, guess what's going to happen? He's going to stop. And it might get worse before it gets better, because he's going to up his game, and he's going to be like, hey, what if I try this? What if I say this? What if I say this? And nothing's going to get a reaction from me. I can keep the straightest face you can ever think of with the most horrible thing said to me.
I will actually disagree. Like hard disagray.
Well, here,
I will science you out of that disagreement.
Hold on. I'll let you do that. But in chat, balls of steel. Mike is like you know, he's saying like it's a shame on the officers for not kicking him.
Absolutely.
And
that's what was
hold on.
It's the officer's job. It shouldn't be Bob's job. It should be the officers doing it.
But let me also bring you back. Like, we were back in 2008, and the amount of good players we had together was extremely hard. And so I get it that the officers didn't. I mean, back then, people didn't kick people for using the N-word. Even though, like, it was literally like 3 people in your 25-man raid, but they were really good. So you didn't kick them. Like, you literally had to deal with so much bullshit back in the day to play at the top level that, and I haven't played at the top level in Classic, so maybe it's still the same bullshit, but that's why they didn't kick him. And I mean, like, there were the players that could do the type of damage that me and this mage did were few and far between, because the amount of, like, I was in an IT job where I could research all day and like actually practice like on training dummies at work. Like, and
okay, if I remember right, the mage was very rough. Like, was younger too, was like 18 or something, right?
He was 17, I think.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Like, so I want to clarify, because I am not saying to just accept horrible people and just ignore them. I'm saying in this scenario, if we would have ignored it
could have worked. Yeah.
Likely would have gone away, right? But this kid was 17 or 18. He was just trying to like get a rise out of somebody. He couldn't get it out of me. He got it out of Bob, right? Yep. And I think I don't want to encourage people to just take shit. Like, that's not what I'm trying to put out into the universe. Please don't think that. I am trying to just talk about the function of his behavior was to get attention, and we gave him that. And if the officers weren't going to ban him, which we knew they weren't, or kick him, we knew they weren't going to kick him. So our next best step was either to leave or to try to modify the behavior ourselves.
Yeah. So I agree. I obviously it's the onus is on the leadership there to take control of that. I think that it's really stupid leadership to, just accept people's shitty behavior because they're good players. It's like, well, either you're gonna keep this one guy or you're gonna lose these two people or like multiple people. It's like I imagine that like if you're in a situation like that, there's got to be a fucking revolving door of people just not being willing to tolerate listening to that shit. But overall, my idea with how to handle these things is I think that they should all be called out in every chat room they go into. If every time, so this is the guy named Dr. Kanoja, who runs Healthy Gamer, and his suggestion is if every single time someone says something misogynistic, you call it out. That person, like, after like the 10th time, he goes into like his like 10th league game and like he says something misogynistic, and everyone's like, dude, shut the fuck up, like that's stupid, like we're all muting you, you're an idiot, like he's gonna stop doing that eventually,
Correct, but I think that centers around the fact that you have control of other people's behavior, which I think in vanilla and 40-man raids we did not have control of the other 37 people in the raid, right? So that's I think where you have to adjust the barrier, right? Whereas like what we could have done, which would probably have been better, has been like, hey, this person's an ass. You either lose him or you lose us, right? Yeah. That's probably a more appropriate scenario that I just didn't care to make at that point.
Ended up happening too anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, no, the guild broke up.
Yeah, well, no. We left in TOC. The guild broke up in vanilla, Mel. I gotta keep a reminder. We did PvP and TBC. We left in Wrath during TOC, and part of it was that reason.
Yeah, because
and then in Cata,
keep it together.
You quit to do your masters. Okay, so I hate that my memory is as good as it is.
Yeah, but mine is not. But just to clarify, I do not think that women should just take it from men. Okay, I do not think that.
Definitely.
I didn't want that to go.
Why do you think women should just take it from men, Mel?
Gosh, get out of here! No.
All right, I'm just actually gonna
defend the position. Sorry,
I am just gonna.
I did
like move us on because we do have to actually. Yeah. We do have to actually like get into the pre-recorded interview soon. So I mean that was a good combo though.
Every letter says they want a long show. So
all right, so
don't be sad.
yeah, but I mean we can't go too long. Okay, so all right, then the next bit of news is the Wrath of Lich King Beta was moved up to 80 templates. Now, luckily, I'm the only one that can even talk on this, and I'm not allowed to talk on any spoilers for the current guests on this show. But basically, I went in and raided yesterday. I did a 10 man, and then I watched a bunch of 25 mans. It is just like I told everybody. Trash is a joke. It's like literally an afterthought. Like, you're not going to wipe on them. Trash. Like, it's like, no, like the only way you wipe on trash is if you pull 6 packs and you're not ready for it. The speedrunners are going to have a good time seeing how many packs they can pull at once. They're going to have a blast doing that, but it's literally like now trash actually earns its name. It's literally trash. It's an afterthought of you walking to the next boss. If you go AFK during a run, people aren't going to notice. Like, it's just easy peasy. Bosses are still wipeable. Like we had three guildies and 6 pugs. Harskar, our GM, was playing DK tank. He'd never played DK before, so he had no idea what he was doing. I was playing rogue, another guy playing elemental chamois, and then we had another guy playing holy paladin. But we wiped a bunch on a bunch of different bosses. I think the only boss we didn't wipe on was Patch patchwork. We killed like 5 bosses. Bosses are still like there's still like a good amount of time. Like the fight time.
Well, didn't they make them harder?
They upped the health and damage. But like
that went through, and that's what you were testing.
I don't know, because like they said it was up, but like I don't know if it was up later and we were already in Nax and it didn't like it. But either way, patchwork was like a good like I don't know, like 6-7 minute fight, like in 10 man. And like it just seemed like everything mattered on the boss, which like the trash was just like literally trash, which makes me wonder how people are gonna like really capitalize on the classes that, because like everybody in Classic, Vanilla, and TBC has been all about overall damage and not boss damage. But I don't know that that's really gonna matter in Wrath, since the trash is literally just look at them and they fall down and die. And so like I like going from 40 man Nax and dealing with the trash there, like that shit wiped us more than the bosses did. So I don't know. I think everything is going to go back to what I like, where everybody cares about the class that's going to do the most damage on the boss, instead of the classes they're going to do the most damage overall. But they also did say that they gave us the ending patch of Nax, which many trash packs had been removed by that time. So they're looking for feedback from people as if they want more trash. And the speedrunners probably want more trash. And I just want to give them a big up yours and say that us casuals do not want more trash. We want to be done with Nax quick. And you guys figure out your whole speedrun funsies on your own, because there's only 0.5 of the population doing that. So you guys go do that. We will watch it, but stop trying to change the game for everybody else. That's where I sit. But
not only are they only 1.5% of the population doing it, they're doing it for such a short amount of time, it doesn't really matter. I don't care about that half hour of fun.
They pay the same subscription
4 hour casual rate. That's the
thing. I was giving Sarth shit when I was talking to him in DMs, because I was like, dude, you just said in your last video that everybody's going to be able to have a character and an alt geared up from heroics before they open Nax, because they're going to wait two weeks on release before opening Nax. And I was like, dude, you understand most people can't do that, right? It cracks me up. But so that's what I saw. I'm supposed to hopefully get in Rug's run of 25 man tomorrow, and we should have more people that have done more guests that have done raid testing in Wrath next week. So we'll talk about that more next week instead of this week, because we really have to like not talk about any specifics with our current guests.
You guys can't listen to much content, can you?
That's part of our rule set. You have to avoid people who are streaming the raids or making content for the raids, and that's just part of it. Yeah.
The Wintergrasp Vault of Archivon thing is difficult, because the Wintergrasp thing is okay to read about, but not the raid.
Well, we actually have.
You have to put on your earmuffs when that happens.
We actually have news on that, so I'll just move on right to that. So the Battle of Wintergrasp. We've all been wondering what Blizzard is going to do to combat this problem, and they have come out and told us their plans as of just today. So, all right,
they're good.
So, basically, they are turning I'm not going to read this entire thing, but they're turning Wintergrasp into an instanced BG, just like Altric Valley.
Not happy.
Yeah. All right. Well, here, let me get through it, and then you can talk about it. But okay, so basically, just to let anybody know who didn't play Wrath or doesn't know what's going on, basically, Wintergrasp was the first open world BG. It was a normal zone during the times that the fight was not going on. I believe the fight was every 3 hours on every server. If you were in Wintergrasp when it started, you would get into the queue. And if not, you could join the queue via other means back in Dalaran, I believe. And then when people would win, you would all right, I'm skipping. So basically I believe it was a 200 on 200 max fighting. It might have been I think it was 100 now that I'm thinking about it. And basically whoever won Wintergrasp had access to Vault of Archabond for the next three hours, whether it be Horde or Alley, whoever won. And Vault of Archabond was a dungeon that has initially one boss, and he drops both PvE and PvP and PvE gear. As each raid opens, you get another boss, so you could kill the first boss and the second boss. When Ulduar was out, when TOC was out, you could kill three bosses.
You got phase 1 gear from the first boss, phase 2 gear from the second, and so on.
Yep. And so that was how that worked. So now that we have the unbalanced servers, it's not going to work. The underdog would just never win, and it would be boring as hell for the people that had to actually win the BG.
Because that's the only battleground that they auto-balanced, because anybody that was on the smaller faction got a big boost to their character, so you could be like a hero in there with 10 times hit points. But I believe running around smashing people.
Yeah, but I believe tenacity only stacked to a certain point. So if you had one person with the max stacks of tenacity versus 100, you're still going to get whomped. They actually, when they were like having talks about what they would do, they actually talked about just making tenacity stacks like go even higher, but then like it looks like they end up backing that back. But tenacity is still going to exist. So this is going to be a every 3 hour BG. It looks like it's only going to be one every three hours. So I mean, just one across all realms. And since it's every 3 hours, they made it so it doesn't make sure you have a full group like Alter.
There's going to be several. There's going to be several on a realm because they specifically stated that they wanted everybody to be able to participate.
No. Yeah, there's definitely not going to be several on a realm. They're not. Yeah, they're not going to be on realms at all. That I have for sure. With by reading this through. There might be multiples across different realms. But the thing that makes me think that is not the case is that here, where's the line where they say here? Well, here I'm just getting too far. So okay, it might not be one, but it's definitely going to be only going on once every 3 hours, everybody's time. If anybody on your faction in your realm wins, everybody has the buff. That is what makes me think that there's only going to be one of them run. Because basically,
as long as one single group wins with your faction, everybody on the whole realm is going to have it.
Yes, but if multiple run every 3 hours, then that would mean you could have 2 factions at the same time on any given server able to kill the mobs in there and do Vault of Archimond. And it sounds like that's not the case.
That's how it reads to me.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's like pretty hard to interpret. I've watched a few people's YouTube videos where they're not sure. So it could be either way, but so
it's a stupid convoluted solution. Let's be real. Like it should just be you go into Wintergrasp and you can fight the battle. If your server dominates, congratulations. Gee, you win every single time. You know, like that's just how it is. And
it's
kind
a way of them addressing.
Hold on. Let me do
the server imbalance.
Let me just give you the last thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so they also state that they know that this is a once every 3 hours thing, and they don't know the participation that will be that will be there. So they're going to keep the tenacity buff, and if 5 ally and 40 horde are in queue when it's supposed to start, they're going to start the match and have the 5 allies with tenacity. So they're keeping the fun, and they talk about it specifically in fun. And I think they're right. Like, if you're the underdog, it's pretty damn fun having the tenacity buff and being like a mini raid boss. But they're keeping that in instead of waiting for it to fill up. Okay, that's the last of the news. That's the last of the cliff notes of the super long post. We'll have the full post in the show notes, guys. All right, go.
Okay. Yeah. I loved Wintergrasp. Was one of my favorite parts of Wrath. And I was big. That's all I did in Wrath was I PvP'd, and seeing them, ruin it for the people who did manage to keep their server population, healthy is just frustrating. They're catering to the majority. It's what Blizzard always does. But the battleground thing is just convoluted. It's weird. It's complicated. It's unnecessary. They should just leave it be. That's my opinion. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should punish the mega servers for becoming mega servers, because I get it. We can blame Blizzard all we want, but we all went to them. And yes, we were forced to them because other mega servers occurred and we couldn't recruit on Whitemane and all of that. Like, I get that. I get why we went to it, but at the same time, we didn't help the problem.
Well, but
yeah.
Okay, the only thing I would stipulate is like the Vault of Archimond is a pretty important thing, especially for your like people that like to PvP and everything. Like, I mean, you can get items there that take forever to get in arena and everything else. Like, I mean,
True.
it just sucks to like ruin it for people that can't get it. And I get it. Most people are on mega servers, but there's still a lot of servers that are still sitting at 30%, like the smaller faction. They are not mega servers, but they're definitely still like a 30-70 server. And those people on the 30 side would just never get to do Vault of Archimond. Like,
well, they would have tenacity for that, right?
Yeah.
The reason they were doing it in Battlegrounds, from what they've written, is that more people should be able to do it. Because with the old system, only a certain amount of people per server got in there and got to play. But with making it as Battlegrounds, everybody can get in there and get to play. That's the point.
Well, Nat, I hope you're right. They definitely stipulate it will only run every 3 hours, but I hope you're right that there could be more than one instance of it running. But like, it freaks me out because like, if they're going to do more than one, have they set up servers specifically ready to just handle that load? Like, if 7 100 on 100 BGs like start all at once, like, it just like it just reads weird to me, but I hope you are right.
I was muted. I was trying to talk and I was like, why is he just ignoring me talking? But it's fine.
Because you're a woman.
Yeah, no, but Miss Evil Nate Canadian pointed out that if there's a 30-70 population, there would still be 100 people to play on the underpopulated side, right? So like
maybe depends on the time of day.
Correct. But what I'm saying, and if they didn't though, they'd get tenacity. And all I'm saying is that if they wanted to do this, then they pair up the mega servers against each other. They say, you know, Whitemane and Benediction, you guys can do this event together, right? It'll be 100 people from Whitemane and 100 people from Benediction on Horde and Alliance. Just call it a day.
You're actually right now that you're pointing that out. On the 30-70 servers, the 30 people would be so ready to flask, use every possible thing they possibly could to fuck over the 70% faction alliance on their server.
And on the 70% faction, you've got the noobs coming in, so they'll lose.
They're just like, whatever. It's just like when we were under-geared or when we were underpopulated on Whitemane, like we won more battlegrounds than the Horde did when we were playing because they just didn't care. They were going to win, you know, a bunch of battlegrounds. Like we really had to work for it.
But the reason they're doing it is, from what they've written, is you can't have 20,000 people on a server and only let 100 people go to Wintergrasp.
So they're literally
shouldn't have 20,000 people on a server.
You are making a like Miss Evil Canadian makes a huge point. Like this is catering to the one faction mega servers. That's literally what it's.
They're appealing to the majority. Yeah, that's where most people are. Yeah. I think it's stupid. Making the game worse to overall to appease some majority of people. But yeah. Yep. I miss original Wintergrasp. I loved it. I loved getting tenacity. You know, when I was on a Horde dominant server. It was like 65% Horde. And I would still go in there and very often like we would get demolished and you know I would have the tenacity buff stacked up and I don't like the solution, but I don't know how many times I can say that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, did you like the original AV though, Cdank?
The original AV, I didn't play a hell of a lot of it because I was.
I'm just making sure. I
wish I'd have played it.
Trying to see what I'm dealing with here,
Mel. It's not even close to a good comparison.
I know. I was just making a joke. It's funny. Ha.
I'm sorry I missed the original AV.
Oh no, you really?
Oh yes, I am.
Everybody talks about how cool it was. It sucked.
I spent the entirety of Vanilla and Burning Crusade and half of Wrath of Lich King in Twink Battlegrounds. Yeah.
Yeah,
I would have loved the original AV.
Yeah, that was way better. The original AV, I would literally leave at 1:00 in the morning, get up, and join the same game at noon, having no idea what happened, and like you're like the 75th asshole to walk in and be like, "What do we have down? What have we summoned? Like what? It's." And like literally everybody's fishing off in the side, like not doing shit, AFK over here. It was the stupidest thing ever. And every classic person that talks about the original AV was a child. They were not an adult. They have no idea what they're talking about. They're an idiot. This, like, I don't stand on my ground a lot, but on this one, I will stand on it. If you like the original AV, you're an idiot.
I'm a completionist. I want to do all the quests. I go in AV. I can't do a quest because the game ends.
I know. It kind of drives me nuts, too.
That will part give you that sucky, Nat, though. Yeah,
it's they like, should have just take the quest out of it.
Exactly. Like, just take the quest out. They shouldn't have
quests when it is the different AV, right? Like, if it was the original AV... Yeah. But like, who goes to a battleground to quest?
Well, like they should still have the quest.
Go to a battleground and do achievements. So questing achievements, same thing.
Yeah, but I mean, they should still have the quest: take a tower, kill the opposite faction leader, take a graveyard, defend a graveyard, defend a tower. But the whole thing's about collecting crap. Like, they should have taken that out when they changed altering Valley, because it literally was a thing before. We literally were just in there farming stuff, and maybe like two people came and killed you, and you're like, shit, I was just trying to farm so we could end this BG in 2 days. Like, it was so dumb, guys, that I almost quit vanilla, because I was like, if this is their idea of a BG, I'm done. Luckily, they brought out a Arathi base, and I was like, now we're talking, like Warsong and Arathi Basin were great, but the original AV was dumb. I do think the AV we have now is pretty dumb too, but like, all I'm saying is quick. Like, yeah.
The AV we have now is just, you rush, and then you're done. You lost, you won.
Whatever, you'll play again.
But yeah, so
it's just an honor farm. It's not a game.
It is. Yeah.
Mel, Wintergrasp is the one where we'd have the, like, if you were defending, you'd have the vehicles. I think the offense had some too, but remember we'd stand at a wall and like all be attacking the wall, and then once you got in and broke through, you'd have to break in to the different stuff. Like, do you remember that at all? Like, just think about BGs. No, nothing. Well, either way. Oh,
Sorry.
Man. Ms. Evil Canadian talks about defending. So yeah, like, that's what I do every time I play Rogue in Arathi Basin. I just sit there and defend. And coming in Wrath, you get bonuses for defending. So
listen,
definitely stick around
defends.
for that.
I end up defending as the freaking holy priest whenever we play BGs, and I'm like, okay, well, if anybody comes, you're legit gonna have 30 seconds to get here before I'm demolished. Okay, so I don't know why I'm still here.
All right, well, I was just stalling till Cdank got back here, but we're on to the last piece of news for this week, and that is Wrath of the Lich King was leaked. Is anybody else tired of this? Like,
you're talking about the release date?
Yeah. No,
he's talking about them accidentally releasing the release
bullshit date. Accidental leaks. Like, this was on their actual site. It straight up said here, I got a screenshot of it.
26.
Yeah, September 2026, and then like it was up for maybe 40 minutes, maybe a half an hour, and then they took it off like, oh no, some intern again forgot. Like, how tired is this marketing? Like, this marketing tactic? Like, Mel told me when we were talking about it earlier today, she was just like, well, if it works, it works. I'm like, well, how can it work still? Like, it's literally just a meme at this point.
How many YouTubers and how many articles do you see about the accidental release of Wrath of the Lich King, possibly September 26th? So
lots. It's all over Reddit.
All of those, and then you get all of the confirmations. Wrath confirmed, releasing on September 26th. Like,
well, we're going to be different here. We're going to report that the official release date of Wrath of the Lich King is September 26th.
On a Monday?
As per the Blizzard website. So until they put something else that gives a different date, that is your official date, and that's what we stick to.
Okay, but a Monday? Like, it just looked at this. Do they release anything on a Monday? I don't know.
I think they do. Isn't it like a Tuesday on certain parts of the world? They do like global releases.
Oh, when they do global releases. Okay.
I think patches have been Thursdays because China does Thursday, Europe Wednesday, and US Tuesday. But when it comes to Wrath release, it doesn't really matter because nobody's going to be raiding the first and second day.
Okay. All right. Well, fair enough.
Yeah, I think
so that's why it might be on a Tuesday. I was guessing 21st of September.
I think the date is accurate. It sounds about right. Like they need about that much time to fix all the bugs. You're in the beta, you know what I'm talking about.
Yep. Just give us the pre-patch tomorrow.
No. Give us the 50% XP bonus tomorrow.
And the fresh servers, please.
You realize that if we go to TwitchCon,
yeah, you guys want pre-patch because that's when the fresh servers are going to pop. Got it.
Our whole guild is just sitting on our hands right now, like
waiting.
Bob, you realize if it releases on the 26th, that we'll be at TwitchCon the following week.
No, TwitchCon's October.
Yeah, September, October.
Yeah, but October 7th through 9th we'll be well on to max
on
level
the 6th.
before then.
Really? Because I have to work.
Oh well.
Just saying.
You have plenty of vacation. It is pretty close though. Now I was thinking TwitchCon was more mid of October. That does suck. We're gonna have to really, really kick ass.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody else had something to say. Somebody was about to talk.
I wish they'd just set a date and tell us the date so we could plan our lives.
I don't think they can right now, you know. But yeah.
I think they did. I think they set September 26th, honestly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not going to take a vacation for a maybe.
When's the pre-patch? Yeah. That's the real question. Is it going to be 4 weeks? Are they going to give us more than 4 weeks since it's so far off? Or
that's fair.
I feel like I guess it could be because
2 weeks was too short.
On Countdown to Classic, Brian Birmingham did come on with Josh Corbett and say that no less than 2 weeks, no more than 6 weeks. So it could be six weeks based on what he said on Josh's pod, but
that's a new quote for me. I did not hear that made them no more than 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You can still check it out on Countdown to Classic YouTube. Just search on YouTube Countdown to Classic. And you can still see that interview.
The August 16th date still stands. the August 16th date that was leaked.
And the only other quote we have from Blue Posts is that the 50% EXP bonus will happen sometime 2 to 3 weeks prior to pre-patch. So until you guys see that 50% bonus pop on regular servers, you can't really think pre-patch is any closer than that. Sorry to burst the bubble, but
so maybe if it's August 1st or 2nd, then we're still on track for the August 16th release for fresh servers.
And I honestly think that they're really making a mistake in my opinion, not putting that 50% bonus out, because I know just from people in my guild and people that write into us that people are just not playing at all because they want to work up alts, but they're literally just waiting until Blizzard releases the 50% bonus. And the fact that Blizzard said it so many weeks in advance just doesn't make sense to me, because they're literally just making it so people are like, well, I'm just going to keep waiting until they do that. But they've got
rested XP. Why wait?
What they're going to do, here's my prediction. They're going to say on Monday that XP bonus is coming tomorrow on the 26th of July. They're going to do the XP bonus, and then 3 weeks later, they're going to implement the pre-patch on like the 8th or the 9th, and then they're going to release Wrath on the, 26th?
26th, yeah. 6 weeks after.
Yeah.
That sounds right to me. I would believe in that. I think they're not doing the 50% EXP bonus sooner because my guess is they don't want to encourage people who would have potentially went onto their fresh servers to then make a character to get the EXP bonus right now, so that they want to keep it even so that people who are going to fresh don't have to choose between who had the EXP buff longer.
Well, but I think they said they're going to release the EXP bonus before the pre-patch.
Yeah, they all.
Oh, really?
They said straight up.
3 weeks.
I think you just said that now too. I just that fell in my head. But yeah. Okay.
So like the thing I actually worry about for the fresh is the fact that they're opening it during pre-patch. I honestly think that fresh should have been opened up when Wrath launches, because then you're only going to get players that want to play fresh. Because right now, as it stands, I'm going to play fresh, and I'm not going to stay. But I'm definitely going to enjoy in that everybody in lower level Azeroth running lower level dungeons. I'm definitely going to enjoy that part, and then I'm going to peace out. And your servers are going to get really weird when everybody like me pieces out. Whereas if you launched right when Wrath launched, you would have only people that care about playing there, because everybody else has to be on the other servers if they want to get a raid spot in their guild come raid time.
You make a good point, but I think they should actually release the fresh servers before the pre-patch.
Interesting.
To let people who want to play on fresh actually get to 80 and be able to do all the raids at the same time as people on the old servers did.
But then you won't have mounts at level 20.
What's the motivation to release the XP bonus before the pre-patch?
No idea.
No idea. I don't like the XP bonus.
I
think there's too much XP in the game.
I think they're just trying to get people.
I like the leveling.
Yeah, I actually don't. Yeah, I actually don't know. I don't have a good answer. But we have ran really long, and we do need to move into the part of the show where we actually find out why Cdank and Natt are on the show. So we're going to send you now to
Bobby, we need to have a talk about this World of Warcraft Classic. Do I look like I know what a WoW token is?
All right. In this week's discussion, we have two people here to talk to us about a new initiative going into Wrath. The two guests we have is Cdank and Natt. How are you guys doing?
Fucking great, thank you. I can swear, right? That's all good?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right.
So just to give you just a glimpse of what it's going to be talking about, basically the very basic is there's a plan to go through Wrath without help. And we'll get into what that means here in just a second. But first off, before we do that, we always like to get a little bit of WoW background from anybody who's on the show. So give us a little info on your two's WoW background, like going back to retail.
Why don't you kick it off, Natt?
All right, sure. I started in vanilla, and once BGs came, I got into twinking, and I never came out of it. I never got a max level until Wrath. I had to, because of heirlooms. And I quit at End of Cata because I didn't like the RDF due to losing community, or Raid Finder due to toxicity. And then the talent tree change that came in MOP. So I quit it then.
Nice. What about you, Cdank?
I've been an MMO guy my entire life. So I actually played the predecessor to WoW. I played EverQuest back in '99. I was a little 9-year-old. Hell yeah, my dude. Yeah,
that's modern stuff.
Actually, I should say I only played the EverQuest beta, and then I went back to Ultima Online because the graphics weren't quite there for me yet.
It was as a 9-year-old, it was like the most amazing thing I've ever seen, and from that point on, I was just a MMO Andy, and yeah, I mean, WoW has a special place in my heart. You know, I remember the first time I played it was in Classic Beta, like in 2003, 2004, like early on, and initially I wasn't convinced it was gonna take over EverQuest, but then the rest is history. Obviously, it ended up becoming the biggest game ever. But yeah, I've been playing since the beginning, on and off. Obviously, like we've all taken breaks, but yeah, I've been around since the beginning.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you played like all the way through retail through Shadowlands. Like, how did you play those? Were you one of the guys that comes for the first month? One of the guys that sticks around, does mythic raiding? Like, what did you really?
So, I was an arena guy for the most part. As soon as they released arenas, that's like, this is what I came here to do, and I didn't actually end up getting Gladiator until Warlords of Draenor and Legion, and I got them in BFA and Shadowlands too, but that's like, those are like less, I feel like less coveted because it's just 2400, and then I don't know if that's necessarily as hard as getting the.
I mean, it's lovely when you find your niche in the game.
Yeah.
You've got your arena thing. I had my twinking. You listen. This is what I'm doing.
But yeah, I was a big arena guy. I would come and go. We would all it's a very common experience to jump into an expansion, get really hyped for a few months, and then like, well, this sucks. Kind of leave. Yeah.
Yeah, believe it or not, I have been Gladiator one time in my entire WoW career, and it was season 1 TBC.
Season 1
and
TBC.
There's a huge asterisk because it was hella luck, because people had dropped playing lock because there just wasn't a lot of locks because they weren't all that good in vanilla. People rolled different stuff. I decided to roll a lock. Mel decided to roll a priest, and for the first season, resilience did not take into account dots or mana drains and health drains. So basically, half the games we played at a high level, people would just quit as soon as the game started. I mean, it was. We thought we were awesome, and then as changes came on, we never got glad ever again.
Well, in the context, you were awesome.
People got to remember, man. Like this TBC Classic experience you're having is not that experience that we had back in the day. Like
definitely not. Same with
very, very different.
Yeah, vanilla too. Vanilla Classic. I mean, the beginnings of it were way different with items, with classes. I mean, paladins. Like in the beginning, like you had to be full ret to have kings. It was the last thing of the ret tree. I mean, it was just, the differences are vast when
Hunter
playing Classic.
Used to have a rend on the bottom of their survival tree, and you would have hunters that would play melee. But yeah. I've been around that long. Yeah.
Yep. So it's very different, and I still enjoy Arena, but the highest I've gotten at TBC so far is like 1600s, and to get Gladiator, I would have to just do that and only that, and then I still probably wouldn't get it. I'd get close, you know what I mean?
You have to iterate it and work on it over a long period of time. Yeah.
I just did 5s with random people to get season 3 swords.
Yep. Well, I do 5s every week and I have a blast doing that, but. Okay, so the next thing I want to know is, why did you guys come back for Classic?
Well, I'll start this one too then. I wanted to twink again, and I just loved vanilla 10 to 19. I also wanted to meet like-minded people, join a guild, and try all the raids I never did.
Nice.
Community, definitely community.
All right.
So,
what about you,
which time? Huh? Which time? I've come back to Classic a few times now, but it's.
So, did you play privates? Yeah. Like, did you play private servers prior?
Oh, yes, I did for a very short, brief time because I wanted. Oh, Classic's coming. Oh, I've got to see. Do I really want to do this? Is this? Gotcha. Am I just nostalgic, or do I really like the game? So I went on a private server, leveled the character to 20, and then I thought, yeah, I'm going to do this. And then I deleted the private server and waited.
Nice. I
didn't want to spoil it.
I was advocating for classic servers since the end of TBC, before Wrath came out. They said, well, we're about to go into another expansion, but what if I want to go back to the previous one? And I remember the Wall of No and just all the naysayers, and I'd be the guy making forum posts saying like wait, it'd be really cool if it, we should really try this. And then all the people like, no, it's just nostalgia, it's not actually whatever. I was always a classic Andy, I played I love Nostalrius. I still to this day would say that Nostalrius was a better experience for me than the actual official classic release, for a lot of reasons. There's a
lot of people that share that sentiment.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't know because I didn't play. They totally went by me. I remember people telling me about them way back when I was still playing Cata. Like, I had a friend that was playing on a vanilla private server, and I was just always scared about them, like, just losing my characters and stuff. Had I known,
made it really hard to commit. Yeah.
Well, but like, honestly, had I known like stuff like the ones that'll give you like, improved EXP and all that, you like work up faster, like I might have been interested in trying that out, but I don't know that there was a ton of vanilla servers that did that. I know Wrath servers, it's pretty much par for the course.
I was a total purist. I was like, no, I'm not playing on your fun server, your 7X server, your instant 60 server. I'm not doing that. I'm here for the real classic experience. That's why I jumped on the Nostalrius train, but yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, always very much a purist.
Yeah, I actually thought that I was just coming back for nostalgia, and I hit level 15 when that was the max in the beta, when they did the stress test thing. And I was like, no, I really like this. I'll probably play till at least 40, 45, get a mount,
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, I'm like just going balls to the wall. I get Mel back into it. Then all of a sudden, I'm just like, I need a podcast. Like, there's not enough podcasts. I'm going to make my own podcast. And so, yeah, it kind of took me a little bit more by surprise, to be honest, because I quit in Cata and then played Star Wars The Old Republic. And then I never played a MMO after that. Like, I played Star Wars The Old Republic. Like, didn't enjoyed the PvP, but the end game was broken at the beginning. I don't know if it's good now, but I just was like, I'm done.
Yeah.
But okay, so you guys basically, when Classic launched, you knew you were in, right?
Oh yeah. For sure. I went crazy. Like, so first off, when they announced the damn thing, I like my brother told me, hey, did you just watch the BlizzCon thing? They just announced Classic. I'm like, no, they didn't. Like you're trolling me.
I was there.
I watched it. I shed a tear. Okay, I was legit. I was moved. I can't believe they're actually doing this. But yeah, I got as prepared as you possibly could. I planned out my entire route from 1 to 60. Because we had months and months to work that stuff out, and I was obsessive. So yeah, when it time finally came, I was prepared, over prepared. Yeah,
that's awesome. Yeah, I was at BlizzCon because prior to doing classic content, I did Overwatch content. So I was there, covering Overwatch, and that came on, and I was with a whole bunch of retail content creators, mostly podcasters, and boy, were they talking smack on the classic stuff. And I was like, dude, I think it's gonna be big. And they're like, yeah, right. I was like, okay.
There's always that sort of that tension between the retail players and the classic players. I feel like the retailers assume that the classic guys are looking down on them, and that they think that their version of the game is superior. So yeah, that there's always that little tension there.
So for both of you, like, what level of play did you do, or not level, but what did you do throughout Classic? Did you clear out Nax? Did you end up going for a bit and then taking a break like a lot of people did? Did you, what was your classic vanilla playthrough like?
Well, for me, it was Twinkie and RP to begin with. And I couldn't find a guild on my RP server that raided late enough. I wanted to raid after my kids were in bed. And then I found one of the guys I was twinking with said, "Oh, I've got a Horde guild. They play at midnight." Okay, I'm into that. So I swapped to Horde because I was Alliance. Made a character, contacted the officers in that guild. "Hi, I want to join you." "Okay, who's your main?" "No, this is my main. I'm level 2 rogue. I'm going to be a 60 rogue. I want to raid with you guys. That's why I came here. I rolled here for that." "All right then, join as a social. We'll see what happens."
Oh,
it was fun raiding in night shift. And then I was, after they split up, I was in a casual guild. 1,000 people, nobody raided. So I got them raiding. And when it came to BC, we became a semi-hardcore raiding guild. Cleared everything in phase 1, cleared everything in phase 2. And then I left that guild for reasons, and then I went to Alliance again.
Did you clear Vash and KT pre-nerf?
Pre-nerf Vash. I can't remember if KT was pre-nerf or post-nerf.
Gotcha. They nerfed it pretty quick, to be honest, but
we did Vash first anyway.
We did too. Not sure.
So I was GM of that guild for a while there. P2, and but I stepped down and gave the GM to one of the raid leaders who was actually doing the work.
Nice. All right. What about you, Cdank?
Yeah. So in original classic, I hit 60 obscenely fast because I didn't sleep, and then got into a top rating guild. Well, the top rating guild on Herod. Apparently, I'm pronouncing it wrong. I was calling it Herod. It's Herod. But yeah, I got the NA Horde first, Onyxia and Ragnaros with them, and then I promptly sold my account afterwards. And then I quit for a while, came back, leveled another warrior, sold that account. Then I came back for BC. Led a guild for phase 1. Sold the accounts, but yeah, I've had an on and off again relationship with Classic.
Yeah. Okay,
yeah. Come phase 3, I was in raiding with a Swedish guild that was pretty hardcore, doing BT and Hydral one night, and then jumping in doing gruels at the end of it. For a bit, but I was only raiding them every second week because I've got my kids every second week and they raided too early. And then I was an Alliance casual guild doing the same raid and wiping on KT.
So crazy to hear everybody's different, journeys. I guess I've just been blessed to be in the same guild. I mean, since level 15, like on the first tune, and yeah, I've cleared everything
for life, eh?
It's looking like that's the case, yeah. Although I wish I could raid on a second character during the day, but it seems like you kind of have to go to EU if you want to raid during the day in a guild on a high end, because it's not during the day.
You can always roll on blind EU.
Oh, true. All right. Well, okay. So let's get into talking about the actual guild and the E initiative you're trying to create. So give us a basic explanation of what exactly blind is.
Right. So the guild itself, it's a group of people who are basically just they're fed up with the fallen state of the game and are looking for ways to have fun, right? Like, but the premise behind the guild is we're going into raids without using DBM, weak auras, or raid guides. That way, we go in there and we have to figure it out as a team. That's the core foundation of the guild is we're doing the
figuring it out as a team means it's fun to manage it together.
Yeah. Right.
There was actually something that was really bizarre for me coming back to vanilla. that was so different. Coming back to vanilla classic, everything was go, 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 go. And I was used to progression guilds all my time in WoW before. And we'd sit there and we'd discuss what just happened, and try and go over how we could do stuff better. But, after a wipe. But in Classic, it seemed like everybody's just go, go, go. And they just like hardly talk about anything that happened during the fight. Like, it was very bizarre for me, very different than I had remembered.
Oh, it's like it's solved content, it's easy content, like there's just this really weird vibe in the classic raids from my experience too.
Yeah.
And then you have the classic private server guys that are just like have played it like
for the past decade
4 dozen times, at different times. It's just like, okay. But yeah, it was definitely weird. But so is this like a classic only thing, or is this going to be retail too, or like?
Oh, we're absolutely going into Dragonflight with this rule set. I actually cannot wait. Yeah. So our plan is to in parallel both do Wrath of Lich King and Dragonflight. I'm going to be in both guilds. I don't expect everybody to keep up with that. But the real blind experience, right, is coming up with a new expansion for sure.
That's kind of neat. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For people that like retail, you're not going to get me, but there still are a lot of people that do like retail a lot. So,
well, it seems like retail is they're moving towards this philosophy that we're adopting, right, where they actually want to get their raiders away from relying on computational add-ons. And this was apparent in that interview that Eon did with Asmongold a while back. And what we may see is sort of like a very different add-on API where you can't do certain things that these weak auras are able to do now that tell you exactly where to go and how to do it. And obviously it's still challenging with those things, but I think making the raids more accessible to somebody who's not using add-ons is something they're actually trying to do.
So by making it harder, they're actually making it more casual friendly.
Potentially.
Well, what's interesting is during Wrath, for a very short period of time, there was a new add-on that came out. I forget what the name of it was, but it actually would know where like a dragon was going to drop, something on the ground.
Yeah.
Anything that dropped on the ground basically was in the game, like basically was able to be found. So this add-on was able to like tell you where to run prior to knowing, but it only lasted a few weeks before they just like they like had to change the code of the game and had to hide stuff. So I could see it being able.
It was drawing polygons in the screen to show you like with perspective and depth, like how far you'd have to run to get out of the fire, to where to stand and everything. It was really cheesy.
Yeah.
And I actually don't think it's too far off from what we have today. But yeah, it's just one thing I want to address quickly is there's this sort of misconception that people have when they hear about this idea of like raiding without add-ons and guides and stuff, like, oh, well, that must be a really casual guild. It's like, oh, they're playing suboptimally. Well, no, we're actually, increasing the difficulty level. And because of that, we're going to have greater awareness. We're going to have to be more prepared. We're going to have better teamwork and better communication. It's going to be very, very difficult. And while we are supporting our classic players, because we have people on the entire spectrum, in our teams, we will have classic team, or we will have more casual teams that aren't going to be as sweaty. The sort of core raiders are going to have quite a challenge, in front of them. And it's definitely not a casual's paradise. I should say that.
Not only a casual's paradise.
It'll
be both. It'll be both.
Truly, yeah.
Well, how did you come up with the idea? Like, it's kind of like it's a different way to play, kind of like Cargo's coming up with, the hardcore rule sets and stuff. Like, what made you think about this? What gave you the idea?
So Kargos was inspired by Diablo Hardcore. I was inspired actually by Soda Poppin', and he did some streams where he brought in people who'd never played WoW before, and it was called Project 30 because level 30 was like level 80 equivalent at whatever expansion this was, and had these people come in and enter these raids, completely blind and never having done WoW raiding before or anything, and they had to figure it out, and I just remember watching them go through Nax. I'm like, this is so cool. I want to do this so bad, and it's actually something I'd been thinking about, in the past too. Like this is something I've thought about for a long time. It's like, it feels a little weird that we're all kind of, we're spoiling all these fights before we can go in there and try it ourselves. Like, can we just try pulling the boss? Like, see what happens, but yeah, so I don't think Project 30, I don't think they had an add-on, ban, but maybe they did. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. But either way, it's the weak auras and DBM would give too much information, so it wouldn't be quite as much of a blind experience, right?
I mean, throughout Classic, we've had people posting on Reddit, Facebook groups, anywhere. It's like content is too easy. And each time I thought, it's your own fault for watching videos using add-ons. Don't do it, and you'll have more fun. So yeah, I mean,
it depends on the person, like but like I think definitely there's definitely a large group that would have a lot more fun if they didn't take the fun out of it for them.
Absolutely, and I want to acknowledge that really quick. I don't think this is for everybody, but definitely I think not. There are a lot of people like when they hear this, they're like, oh my god, this is what I've been looking for, and I get those messages all the time. When I was posting this in trade chat, and this is first starting, I was going to different servers and posting their trade chats to recruit. I like as many messages of people that I would get that wanted to join. I would get even more of people saying, "Hey, I can't actually join because I'm already in guild. Already have plans, and I'm not going on fresh. But I just want to tell you that idea sounds really cool, and I hope it works." It's yeah. There are a lot of people who want to do this. So yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, there's like. One of the things that I had gotten really into in Wrath and Kata was dummy training, which they never brought in to Classic Vanilla or TBC. And it was like, I hate going by, like you talk about figuring stuff out for yourself. I hate plugging stuff into a stupid sim. Like, I want to go spec it, and I want to go do my rotation for 3 to 5 minutes on a dummy, and then I want to go respec a different way and do it over again and try the different things out on my own, and like that's something I spent hours doing that in Wrath.
I did that in Classic by doing the Timbermore rep grind while I was doing it. So I went to the Furbogs, killed them with one setup, and then I respec'd, and then I went back and killed them with the other setup, saw the results and how much rep I got.
Well, the thing you can't do with that, though, is you can't sim the 3 levels higher raid boss damage.
No.
And
true.
Like hit and everything, especially on my rogue. I wanted to see I'll put more hit on it, see if that actually is better than just adding the other stats, and in. Also, maybe I do my rotation a little different, and maybe for me, a different spec's a little different. So, I mean, I'll be doing all that those kinds of things, because the rogue combat build, looking at it, I feel like there's some leeway within the last few talents on either side of combat or assassination, and I'm interested to try out some different stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I got off on a tangent there, So, we're on the idea. Okay, so what just made you pull the trigger and make the video that talked about making your own guild?
Oh man. So contrary to what some people assume, it wasn't actually an ad for my guild until later. But I mean, what ended up happening is I came back to BC because I was like, you know what, I'm gonna get ready for Wrath. Wrath is my expansion. I can't wait to play that. You know, I'm gonna go level some characters and get some gear and stuff. You know, maybe find my way into a guild and just be ready for when it launches. And I come back to Benediction, and it was kind of like that meme where you know, from Community where you know, Donald comes in with a pizza box and like everything's on fire. He's like, what the fuck's going on here? You know, like I was like I came back to this dumpster fire. You know, it was really strange. I knew about GDKPs before, but it wasn't this thing where it's like it's just everywhere. And
for us, it depended on what server we were on. White main, and basically the entirety of Nax and like half of AQ was like GDKPs everywhere. Not usually for Nax, but like for everything else, GDKPs all over the place for everybody's alts and everything else. But sorry, go ahead.
The other thing I noticed is that gold got really cheap, and a lot of people were talking about buying gold. All my friends were like talking about buying gold. I knew
came on the show and said he buys gold, and then he told everybody to buy gold, and someone wrote in that they bought gold and got banned. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's very easy to bypass that, you know, and to avoid it. As long as you're not silly about it, you can very easily get away with it.
I think most people that do it, they'll go in with a couple friends and they buy an account for a month, buy gold, and transfer it off. That would be my guess.
Either way, the inspiration behind the video is I came back, I saw what the state of the game was like, and I was just disgusted, and I was like, and I felt like you know, and I'm Mr. Classic Andy, you know, I remember what it used to be like, and the reason I came back is like, oh my god, I love TBC because the progression is always there. I'm gonna be able to come back and like really easily like make a guild, get into a guild, and there's always been people doing Karazhan and like whatever. Like, and it turns out like people aren't doing that. They're just skipping right over everything. They're going straight into T6. They're just buying it off G2G, going on there, getting a few pieces of T6, and then going into the GDKPs and carrying, or maybe they then make their way into another guild. But it's like the core of what made BC so great was that there was always this static progression, and then Wrath was the first expansion that started to do away with that. You know, where there was all these catch-up mechanics and
which I hate. Yeah, basically, you know, TOC is when they made it so like all of your older R gear was basically like not even worth it. Like it was such a jump. And also just at the start of Wrath, like you remember Nax gear going into TBC was basically comparable to Kara gear. Like it was basically side grades on most of it. And in Wrath, it changes completely to like most of your gear, even Sunwell, isn't really worth much besides a few different things once you get to level 80. So yeah, they definitely I hate that. I wish it was always like the stuff before was still pretty dang close, you know.
Yeah, so I mean that's what's so great about TBC, and I came back and that progression aspect was just gone. It seemed like, you know, and I tried, you know, I'm a person who's led multiple guilds before. I'm very much a social butterfly. I know how to like connect and bring people together. I'm very much a pug builder, etc. And I was just hitting a wall, you know, and then just like looking more deeply into these things, you know, I started to realize like this is just what the game is like now. It's really sad. So that inspired me to get back into making videos. I was previously making videos for hardcore because that was my love for a while before it died. Rest in peace, hardcore. I miss you. But hopefully it'll be back. Hopefully we'll get those one life servers at some point. But I took a break after hardcore sort of fell off, and then I came back to TBC, and I was just instantly inspired. And during that process, I was also just coming to the realization like, you know, I've always wanted to make this blind guild thing, you know, like why don't I just go do it? And I said, fuck it, I'll tack it on at the end of the video and see what happens. And here we are, you know.
Nice. Yeah. It's really weird because for me playing the whole time through, like and playing the auction house and getting to play. I mean, I play anywhere from 4 to 8 hours, like on the norm every day. Like, but for the people that don't, I can't see how they're doing what they're doing. Even people in my guild, I'm like, dude, you must be buying gold. Like, there's no possible way. Like, and like, I was able to get a ton of gold because I had a BIS lock. So my guild would only raid the current content. So I would do GDKPs on my BIS lock, not have to buy anything, just carry, the content prior, and boom, I'm just making a ton. And then I use that to go get my alts worked up. Like, yeah, rogue, dude, my rogue, like, I'm not gonna do anything with him. I'm just gearing up the warrior because I want to have tank gear going into what's it called? And warrior's so much fun right now. But yeah. I don't see how someone gets into it without a lot of heartache at the start. Because like I'm on benediction, and there is a ton of 2 SR runs, a ton of them. You can't get in them though unless you can't
get into them. That's the problem.
Yeah, like if you're looking for 1 or 2 items, it works out fine because they gear check everybody that goes into that.
They gear check and they look for parts. Sorry, go ahead, Nat.
I once tried to join a Kara raid with my mage, and I had passes up to 95 with that mage in Kara, but they wanted BT passes for me to join the Kara raid. I mean, what's this? It's a badge run. Weird. I've got great Kara passes. No.
So this the way the community has changed is largely what's motivating me to make this, and it's what's motivating people to join as well. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, this is for Nat because we'll get to how Nat's involved with this too. So, how did you find Blind, and then what caused you to want to join, and then tell us what your role is?
Well, I saw Cdank's first video about GDKPs, and if I was into reaction videos and doing them, it would be a rather monotonous me going, yes, this right here, amen to that. I believe GDKPs and real money transaction take out all the fun of the game, because I don't want to be top because I have money. I wouldn't want to be behind because I don't have money. And it removes the incentive to help your fellow man, which is detrimental to the community. I'd much rather carry newbies so they get loot than have them pay me. I want that warm, fuzzy feeling, helping people, and I hate taking advantage of people, so I don't want them to pay me. And I also prefer being carried by people that like to help rather than swipe my cards and buy things. I certainly don't want to be behind because I have these values, and if I can just buy everything, it removes all the incentive of playing the game. Why am I doing this?
Well, on the other hand, though, if you are part of a really tight-knit guild, like, we'll go in, like, we went in the last 6 times we ran Black Temple, and we took in, like, a handful of alts each time, and just watching them get, like, 7 items in a raid, it's like, oh, you go, you know, and like it gives me goosebumps. I've been that Moonkin druid, respect to Moonkin on an alt, and joined a Swedish guild regimentet, and they just loot canceled so much gear to me in Hygel and BT. It was great fun.
And absolutely, awesome. like those guilds are definitely out there. It's just, it's not everyone. Yeah, not everyone has access to it. So yeah.
All right, so
and all those posts you see about, like I said before, about this is too easy, this idea of actually not making it too easy, making it a challenge and getting this sense of accomplishment. I was just, I want to be a part of Blind. So I reached out to Cdank, sent him a message, and we had a bit of a chat, and there wasn't anybody leading the EU chapter of the guild. So at the moment, that's me, unless somebody more qualified shows up.
And I was desperate, so I just picked the first person who showed up, and unfortunately, it was Nat. No, Nat was charmed my pants off the first time I started to talk to him. So yeah,
that British accent seems to do something to us. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Americans love the accent, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you're gonna head up the EU side, you're still not sure if you guys are going to run both sides through the one Discord, or if you're going to do a separate Discord. I know the Hardcore Challenge did it on the same Discord. I don't know if that's easier or harder.
Oh, it's all going to be on the same Discord.
Okay.
The question right now is, and I'm kind of springing this on Natt right here live, but whether or not we're going to have the guild split region wise. And I have some sort of big announcements to get to go through with the guild. Right now, so we've surveyed people. About half the EU people are totally on board with coming over to NA. But if I can charm them into getting a bigger majority, I'd love to have everybody all consolidated in one place. But the current plan, as it stands, and I'm going to do what benefits the most people, is to have one guild in the EU region and one guild in NA region. So yeah.
Wow, we don't usually think.
And I'm fine with either. I mean, I'm just here because I love the idea. I love the ethos. I love the values, and I just want to be a part of this.
Yeah, Euler just
Awesome.
gifted you 5 subs, my dude.
Yeah. We normally during the show, we try to do it after the show, thank follows and subs, but 5 gifted subs from Euler.
That's Euler. Yeah.
GRJ. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Euler is one of our add-on devs.
Nice. We're going to be talking about that big time here soon too.
He got we have a private server up and running thanks to Euler, and he's helping us. Yeah. Foreshadow a little bit. Yeah.
We're definitely gonna get into that. So that brings us to break down some of the specific rules. And I know you said no DBM, no weak auras, but what about things like GTO or GTFO?
GTFO, yeah. So we're gonna have a blacklist. We've gone through a fair number of them. I think we've hit most of them, but if there's any that we've missed, that have fallen through the cracks, we're gonna have this long blacklist of banned add-ons to make sure that when we go in there, it's just anything that gives away raid mechanics. We don't want that on your screen. We don't want that popping up telling you how to play or what to do. We want to go in there and figure it out on our own. So things that say go to this place now. It's like, well, that takes all the fun out of it, right? So it's basically any add-on that would spoil a raid is on the banned list, and that actually includes weak auras too. Despite the fact that weak auras has many uses. One of the uses is it can stand in for DBM and tell you about boss mechanics, which is something we're trying to avoid. So we have a blanket ban on all weak auras right now. It's gonna be too difficult to sort of parse out what weak auras can we use, which ones can't we use.
What about things like so one thing that people use a ton of weak auras for personal use is to track cooldowns and things they need to re-up, like a rogue slice and dice, poisons, different things that basically show priority. And there are add-ons that do this same thing, specifically like Tell Me When. There was another one Scotty J talked about recently. Are those also out of the question too? So
Tell Me When would be another one that you can use and abuse to warn you about boss mechanics. But there are other add-ons that, as you said, that are totally fine to use. Anything that tells you how to tells you about personal cooldowns or timers and stuff that's totally fine. We want
the information's already there at the top right of your screen if you have no add-ons. So it's not new info.
We want you to play as optimally as possible when it comes to piloting your character. So absolutely, those things are so something else that we're working on with the add-on side of things is we have somebody who is trying to make a fork of weak auras so that it is only personal stuff, only personal cooldowns, only personal timers, so that you can still use those helpful personal things, but with having without having the ability to sort of spoil raid fights for yourself.
Oh, and chat, I don't know if you're talking to me, but I don't use those weak auras. I've thought about it, but I'm too lazy to set those up. I just keep up all of my stuff by looking at either down at my icon that says, when it's going to come back up, or up at the top right. So I'm not one of those guys, but I've thought about it. It just looks like a lot of work to set up. Maybe I'll do it in Wrath, but so far I haven't had problems keeping things up. So I don't really, I don't really mess with it. Oh yeah, goes both ways.
You don't need the Viagra add-on. You're all good.
Nope, don't. At least not yet. Who knows? Like maybe. Pretty sure I won't. But
hopefully not. Okay.
I'm talking about it. I'm talking about the weak ones.
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay. So that's the specific rules.
Did I miss any of the rules? Hold on. So it's no weak cores.
So.
I didn't go over all the rules. Sorry. So
Keep going.
Something foundational to our guild, something that we all agree on, is absolutely no real money transactions, no gold buying whatsoever. And this also includes no interacting with GDKPs. So you can't level an alt and then bring them to a GDKP. Like that is a hard like zero tolerance ban on that kind of stuff. The reason why GDKPs are banned, like I know that there are legit ones out there, okay, but like we know what's going on, in most of these things is you have people, they're looking for pure buyers that like don't have any gear, and like they obviously just like paid for all their gold, and we're trying to like sort of our mission, our grander mission, aside from having a really fun experience doing the raids blind, is we actually want to try and police the entire server, right? To put an end to as much of the RMTs as we can. And we have a few ways that we're going to go about this. Some things I can talk about, some things I can't. But what I can say is that we have another add-on in development, which is something that it makes it impossible to buy gold without somebody knowing. So you cannot secretly buy gold and like, so if you're in our guild, you have to have this add-on installed that keeps track of these things. All it's doing is it's just making sure you're not doing it in any illicit activity. And then if you bought gold, it's going to tell everyone else in the guild. It's going to communicate to their add-ons and make sure that that doesn't happen. But yeah, I mean, not that I think that's going to be a big problem for us, but that's something that is in our rules, and we want to, at the very least, show people that we're walking it like we talk it. Yeah.
And it will hopefully keep the people out who decide to join just to scam the system.
Well, yeah. And I assume the reason you don't want people to buy gold and stuff is just for the simple fact of consumes. Like you want everybody to actually be working for their consumes, correct? Like
yeah. There's a lot of reasons to not want gold buying in your game, but yeah.
A level playing field.
Having people working together is really important. That community aspect of like, I need potions. Well, we have a potion guy and we have an herb guy, and maybe you can bring something to the table, and then that kind of gets really weird when everyone's just kind of like swiping their credit cards and going to the auction house.
If you remove the outside part, then you get a better community within the guild.
Yeah, for sure.
People wanting to help you because it's us. We're doing this together.
And I don't know if you ever hit 16 hardcore, but like that whole like guild bank aspect. You did. Awesome. What classes? Really great.
Rogue, solo, druid, tank, duo.
That is awesome. I barely managed to get there as a warrior. That was very, very tough.
Warrior would have been tough.
But that sort of aspect of like everyone working together for consumes is really, really cool, and I love that.
Yeah, I saved my Black Lotus and the stuff that I got, and so I could give it to Duranosaur once I got to 60.
Yeah.
But,
somebody mentioned people that buy gold are more likely to quit, and this is very, very true.
Oh yeah.
And a big point to make here is this is a really common story, and like I hear it all the time. I've seen it on Reddit. I've heard it from people that like, it's like, oh man, I really wanted to get epic flying, so I farmed about 2,000 gold and it took forever, and then I said fuck it, I'll just buy the other 3,000, and then I got it and I quit like the next day. It's a really common story, and the thing is like we're humans are really bad at predicting what's going to make them happy. Humans are really bad at like predicting what will or will not make them happy, and like you think, oh, like what I want is to get epic flying, but like actually what you really want is that experience of going through the difficulty of getting there and then achieving it. It feels like nothing if you just swipe a credit card. Yeah.
I mean, I had a similar thing. I don't know, maybe 5-6 years ago. I decided to play Ultima Online private server, and I was having a blast. And then I was like, well, I would have just go ahead and you could buy whatever. You could buy your skills up. So I bought everything that I wanted, spent about $120 or something like that, and was like, oh, sweet. Ran around for 3 hours, logged out, and never came back. Was just like, well, this wasn't it. And you talk about you being proud of something. Like Mel and I, when we first started Classic, and we're in like basically MC gear, and my warrior was in lots of leather, but we never got sword drops in our guild. So I had a Deathbringer, the axe, and I was human. So guess what I needed? I needed the Edge
Masters.
The Edge Masters.
So Edgies. Yep.
They were 5,000 gold on my server.
5K gold.
Yeah. I had 3,000 saved up. And then we had a mage multi-boxer in the guild named Sylv, and he loaned me the other 2K. But I got and I paid him back, but I got all of that gold inside of Moradon. This was early, and my gear just wasn't quite good enough to do jump runs with a priest. Now, if I had a paladin or a druid that could cure the reverse
poison.
Yeah, the poison that makes you lose your mana, then we could have done it a lot earlier, but I didn't have that. All the private server videos made it look easy, but we weren't able to do that. So we did it all in Moradon, and those gloves, I still have them just because they mean so much to me. They're staying here forever because I put in so many hours of work just to get those. So yeah, it means a lot when you actually put in the work.
Yeah, it's a far different experience, and like people think that you can shortcut that, and that's I think one of the sort of cognitive errors that a lot of people are making when it comes to Classic and WoW in general, really. And I've had a lot of reactions to one of my videos recently about it's that sounding almost sort of condescending, that you're going to tell me how to have fun in my game, but I actually think that it's a mistake to try and take shortcuts to these goals, unless you have this sort of bigger goal. I want to get the world first. I want to get the world's fastest. People who are I want to get the highest DPS, the best parse or something. Like people who are chasing those goals, and that's the fun for them. This is a great environment for them. But for people who maybe aren't really trying to play that competitively, a lot of these things, like gold buying and I would tend to argue, using add-ons and guides, it may even hinder your ability to enjoy the game to the fullest. Yeah.
Definitely. And like me, I'm here to have fun.
Yeah,
that's why I'm playing. I'm playing to have fun. And if it's not fun, what's the point? So if I just buy everything, I could somebody else playing it for me. Somebody else has farmed that gold. Somebody else has gotten that stuff. Why am I here?
Yeah. Well, and one of the biggest, I feel like lots of those negative responses echo exactly what Mr. Asmongold said when he reacted to your video. So what was what was up with his super negative response? And then he seemed to the next video change his tune. I've tried to watch them both fully before this, but I wasn't able to watch them fully. So
I kind of sprung on you in the last second. Yeah. So
the way I see it is that when you make a video about something you feel strongly for, you can't go on the one hand, but on the other hand, you have to make your point. Yeah. And there are enough people hooked on RMT and GDKP. They don't need their voices heard. So Asmongold had to say that for them. And what happens then is that the point that he makes when he agrees with the video comes on even stronger.
So Asmongold, I think had a few misconceptions, had a few flaws, and the way he was, what he was hearing when so he was he seemed to think that the video was about how playing optimally is bad, and he seemed to think that I was telling people who play optimally are ruining the game. When the actual premise behind the video was that
well, and his definition of optimal, it seems like watch all guides, do all everything instead of play to your optimal level. Like that's what you were talking about.
That's a big distinction.
Watching your videos, but
see, the people who felt called out didn't quite hear that. So, yeah, the actual premise behind the video is I believe that there are more people who are adopting this heavily optimized playstyle than there are people who actually prefer that. So, and there are reasons for this, and one of them is that the community pushes your average player to do things that they wouldn't otherwise choose to do for the sake of doing more damage and getting more loot. And I then go on to make the argument that streamers have played a part in this mindset and in making it more prevalent. And I think he got pretty defensive about that. Yeah.
Slightly.
Yeah. Well, and I'm one of the people doing GDKPs and stuff, but I think it's actually dumb too. And here's why I think GDKPs are dumb. I'm doing it for a specific reason, which is to set me up to just destroy two-man dungeon leveling as a warrior and a priest for my first character. So I'm going in buying tank gear, and I had to get the Fury gear to get myself in there, and that's what I'm doing, and I'm having a good time with it. But I'm never going to 99 parse in most GDKPs. They're just not going to kill the bosses quick enough. I want to parse. There's no point in that with GDKPs, and the only times I did it before was I did it on my lock and didn't buy any gear specifically to get cash to buy things, so I don't think it's a fun, I wouldn't be doing it if I wasn't in a guild and had extra time, you know what I mean? It's like an extracurricular, and I don't get the people that only do that, because I don't see what you're striving for.
Oh, they're taking the gold and they're selling it.
They're
making money.
But I'm talking about the people that are buying gold and then buying gear. I don't get what you're doing.
Yeah. So I would say a minority of them are they have a goal of then doing what I was saying was, doing the GDKPs, getting the gold and then selling it. But the majority of people, it's again, it's just this human error of thinking, well, I want to get gear, I want to do the raids and get the gear. So if I can take the shortcut to get there faster, then it's going to be even more fun, or I'll get the fun now, and then you do that and you get it and you realize, well, that didn't quite hit the way I was expecting. Well, some people get stuck in this hedonic treadmill, where they're just constantly going back to the gold seller website and buying more gold and going back to another GDKP and just looping that way. I mean, other people, they get the gear and then they realize, well, fuck, that wasn't fun. And then, yeah.
Well, if you I just don't get what their goal is. Is their goal just to have a bunch of
might be to get
purples?
into a better guild, and they need gear to get there, but then it doesn't end up happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like it just seems weird. I haven't heard of anybody coming and getting GDKPs. I feel like is everybody's alts that are buying, and everybody, or it could be new people, I guess, but it sure feels like a ton of alts. Yeah, but I don't know. It's definitely weird for me too, but it is serving a purpose for me at the moment that I wouldn't be able to serve without joining a guild or something.
Sure.
But it's because that's the majority of the options out there. If you couldn't if it was illegal to do it, then people would be just making roll runs and soft res runs, right?
Yeah, that, or people would be making guilds, because that's just what you do. I would strongly argue that that this new way of approaching raiding has made it very, very difficult for somebody like me to come in the middle or the end of an expansion and then start a guild, because while there are a ton of people who need to do Kara, who need to do heroics, and get the gear that way, they're all just shortcutting it, and they're not actually doing it legitimately, because why would they? Because it's so much easier. I can just literally spend like a few bucks and get all the stuff that I need that way. And why would I join a guild and like suffer through all that when I can just shortcut it? But yeah.
And I mean, a lot of these people are older professionals that, make a lot of money at their, like their real job and, played back in the day. And the shortcut looks good because they don't actually enjoy going and doing the other stuff. But I mean, some people do. Like, I spent all today working up fishing, and like, I thought I was going to hate it, but I actually had once I got to Outland, it was actually pretty fun. Like you fish up a lot of weird stuff. And scrolls,
if I spent an hour's worth of my wages buying gold, I'd have more gold. I mean, I would have more than doubled my gold.
Yep. Same. Yep.
Yeah.
And then what would happen to the gold I already had? It'd be worthless.
Yeah,
it would feel worthless.
It probably doesn't feel good. Mine feels good just because I have put in work for it, but I do feel that I wouldn't have been able to make near as much without GDKPs is probably half of my gold. The other half is probably auction house, flipping and stuff of that nature. And believe it or not, you make quite a bit of gold if you do dailies every day, especially on multiple characters.
It's the effort ratio that's really messed up with that, unfortunately.
Well, but if you enjoy it, though, like I do,
if you enjoy
it.
Well, time wasted that you're having fun with is not time wasted. Absolutely.
Sure.
But at the same time, like, I'm streaming, talking to a bunch of people. Like, I'm not really just playing the game, I'm doing a lot of other stuff while doing those same things. But
the problem, the big problem that we have with GDKPs is that not everyone plays like you, Bob. Is a lot. Yeah, when you have a store where you can buy all the gear in the game, it encourages people to then go out and take the path of least resistance. That's what people do. It's just what you should expect. And when that's available, like you can't expect people to act in the best interest of the culture of the game. They're just going to do what's best for them. So now,
I'm going to bring it back on you, and I hope you don't get mad, but I'm going to bring back something you said earlier, which might have been part of the problem for some things. But you said you sold your account.
Yes.
I mean, that's really buying the gear fast. You know what I mean? Like,
so something interesting is the people who bought my accounts. There's only one exception. I sold a number of accounts. Okay. But there's only one exception to this. All the people who bought my accounts quit within a week.
Oh, wow.
They quit entirely. I had somebody buy an account for $3,500. They played it for one day and they never logged back on.
Dude, I sold my Star Wars Galaxies Jedi account, and I was one of the first 200 Jedi. Sold that
That's huge.
For 2,500. How'd you get 3.5? Wow. I guess it was inflation, I guess. It's probably about the same amount, really.
I mean, back then, yeah, that's definitely.
Yeah,
Jedi was huge back then.
Yeah, it came out before World of Warcraft. But yeah, I had my fair share. I used to, in college, I would just work up Ultima on online accounts and sell them. Yeah. And then I've only sold two WoW accounts, and that was my first vanilla ones. I know Blizzard listens to this. I haven't sold 1 cent. You can look at my accounts now. You guys have the info. So yeah. I'm still on the same accounts that I had when we came back for TBC. So I haven't done it anymore. But yeah, we sold those, our first rating ones, mid-nax in vanilla for a total of a little bit over 2,000 for the two of them. I mean, it's nuts. But I mean, when you're that age, it's hard to not do that. I feel bad about it now and wouldn't do it now, but I didn't feel bad about it then.
Oh, I don't feel bad about it at all. The thing is, I also bought gold. I'm not gonna lie about that either. I participated in this nonsense, and that's why I have such a deep understanding of it. is I've been there, done that, and it fucking sucks. I don't like it. You know, I did it because I felt like I had to, and because I felt it, because it's common sense. Like if you really do the math, you're when you see it in front of you, you feel like you're wasting your time if you don't actually just go through and buy it. You know, but yeah, that's a big reason why I want to get away from all that.
So do you think Asmongold's reaction like helped your cause or hurt it? Like, I mean, have you gotten any?
I have the numbers. I have the numbers, dude. He did me a huge favor, and honestly, the fact that he reacted somewhat negatively to the idea of the guild, it did me more favors than I think most people realize, because if he had just like, oh wow, this is great, everyone should go do this, then his entire fan base, you know, would have came in, and you know, like that maybe wouldn't have been as great, because then you would have just had
wouldn't have been.
But you know, the fact that he had a negative reaction meant that like people had to have a sense of autonomy to say like, wait a minute, I don't think you're right about this, Asmon. I think, wait, he didn't say that. Maybe that's a bit of a straw man, don't you think? And like, and then say like, well, that sounds like a good idea to me. I don't know what Asmon's talking about. I want to go do that. Those people are the ones who showed up, not his entire, you know, fan base, which is, it's great. Thank you, Asmongold, for roasting my video. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I would love for him to roast one of our clips, or you know, something like that'd be great. But yeah, I think our content's a little long. Our clips channel is new. Be great if he would like roast one of those, because there's
nothing
really
wrong with the length
growing.
of your content. It's great when you're driving while working, and it lasts the whole day. It's
just long for YouTube standards, basically, for that viewership. But it's, I mean, we do just great on.
I found you through your clips channel, actually. Winky was on one of them, and I clicked on. Oh yeah, I know Winky.
Yeah, I just made it, and seeing how it goes. It's definitely a slow burn, but I mean the other one to ramp up was a slow burn too. You got to get in the algorithm somehow, but
yep.
So okay, we broke down. Did we miss any of the rules before I get on to the next?
Oh, we missed one. Yeah, the rule about if you actually know the raid beforehand, don't say anything.
It's huge. Okay, of course. I should have them in front of me, because it's also obvious to me. But like, yeah, if you so we're in each raid, we're gonna have a lot of raids. We're gonna have a lot of raid teams, okay? Because we have a lot of people. Right now, I think we're about 1,300 people. Or 1,295. We're gonna hit 1,300 probably by the end of the day. But like, we're gonna have a lot of raid teams. And
somebody's gonna know the raid. Somebody will know Nax. They have definitely people who know Nax.
We're going to have that all surveyed out and make sure people report, like, what bosses do you know? What raids have you done? You know, and then the rule basically is we can have like a certain percentage. We'll say in a 25-man raid, we'll have like 3 to 5 people. Probably not 5. Probably like at maximum like 3 people per raid that have done the raid before. But they are muted on Discord, and they have to do the mechanics wrong, right? So like if say on Hagen the Unclean, you know, we're not, Nax is weird, but we'll just use this as an example, because I already know Nax. And everyone knows Nax. We're not pretending like we're going into Nax blind. We may try to organize a few groups in Nax to go in there blind. We're not going to do that, because
we have members who haven't done Nax. It'll be fun for them to actually do that one blind.
If they want to do it, like, I mean, we'll have Sartharian in phase 1. We'll have Eye of Eternity, but as far as Nax, that's not really going to be super blind. But we will go in there with that add-ons at least. But yeah, so if you've done it before, don't speak. Don't spoil it for anybody. And the example of Hagen the Unclean. Don't do the dance, okay? Like if everybody is like confused and they're scrambling around, they're running up on the platform and like trying to melee them, like, you know, just instead
do what the others are doing.
Instead of doing the thing correctly, do what the others are doing. Exactly, yeah.
And then the people that aren't muted, the ones that haven't done the raid before, they discuss, they come up with ideas, they figure it out, they try different things, and then when finally they succeed, it's like, yay, we did it. We actually managed this boss.
And as of course like as they discover like how mechanics work and how to basically just like if you're one of the few people who knows the raid and like just listen to the raid leader. That's basically it. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone else is having this, strategic discussion of like, hey, how do we approach this? What do we do? And they're supposed to kind of just sit out of that.
We shouldn't stand in front of the dragon. Maybe we should stand behind it at its tail.
Yes.
Oh yeah, let's try that.
You got to go back there with the rest of the raid and stand behind the tail. Yeah.
And then the tail swipes you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just about to say the number one rule is the leg. A dragon's the leg.
But we don't know that yet, do we?
Oh man. Okay. Okay. So we talked about it a little bit before, but why don't you talk a little bit about your add-on team that's going to be working on the add-on that's going to enforce the rules of gold buying and not using the specific add-ons and stuff.
Right. So currently the two add-ons that are just like, set in stone and are going to be finalized is one that so it's going to be a requirement. So I'm going to have it installed and I'm going to see whether or not everybody else in my raid group has it on at the time. So like when it comes to like weak ores and stuff, like you can have that on. You can have banned add-ons installed outside of raid, but once you're in the raid, they have to be off. So I'll have the it's the sort of blind add-on going, and it will show me like who else has it installed. The same way that the hardcore add-on does, right? So if I see somebody doesn't have it in, then I'll say, hey, you got to go put this on if you want to come to the raid. He puts it on, and then what it proceeds to do is check and see like, hey, do they have any of these blacklisted add-ons installed? And if they don't, they get a green check mark. Everything's fine. If they have one on, we have to have a conversation. Hey, it looks like you have DBM on. What's going on? Can you turn that off? And but I don't think it's gonna be a problem. It's mostly there to be like for the naysayers, like how do we know that you're actually doing this? Well, we have an add-on that proves it. So there's that, and then the gold buying add-on. I can't go into the specifics of how exactly this works, but I'm really excited about it. And what it's going to do essentially is make it impossible for you to simply buy gold from a website and then get away with it. We're going to know. Yeah. And our
first add-on developer hadn't done any add-ons for World of Warcraft before, so he was learning it while he was doing it. It was really great.
Yeah. We've got some really smart guys working on this stuff, and I am just so thankful that we have that going for us. They just people who want to do it out of the joy of supporting blind, and to help this idea come to fruition. So just a big shout out to Euler and Chris and JC Ratfish for helping us develop those.
And are they going to be required to be on at all times, just like the hardcore one?
Yes, that will be a requirement. Is well, so you don't have to have it on outside. Like, so the gold add-on is 24/7, but the blind add-on thing, that one is required for raids, and that's pretty much it. But yeah, you have to have the gold buying add-on at all times, and we'll know when you turn it off.
Just like the hardcore, and hopefully they figured out the whole thing where if you get where it doesn't save, like you have to like make sure. There was some people that like had it where like they would get booted after a few hours session and it wouldn't save their progress. Like they'd have to camp or something to save it. Hopefully they can get that in there to where it's saving constantly.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can't say exactly what it is and how we're working around these things, but I can tell you it is infallible. So
yeah, I have a few ideas of how I would do it, but we won't get into it too much because, trying to keep it hush hush. So how does one apply for the guild?
Join the Discord.
Discord.gg/blindfresh, and we have our own custom URL. Just join all you have to do is join the Discord and show up. Right now we're supporting all play styles, and it's like if you want to come in and you don't even want to raid, we actually have stuff for you to do because like we were saying before, we have this big mission of controlling the gold buying situation on our entire server, that's going to take a lot of teamwork. Actually, we need a lot of people just farming mats, and farming gold and stuff like that. So even if you just wanted to come in and be a part of it that way, you can totally do that. If you wanted to come in and raid casually, like, 1 or 2 nights a week, you can do that. If you want to like sweat your ass off to the max, and try to bash your head against the newest content, you can come and do that too. We got a lot of room. We want to get as big as possible. So it's just discord.gg/blindfresh if you want to come and join, and you're more than welcome.
If you like this philosophy, if you like this way of playing the game, join us.
Absolutely.
Okay. I just realized while we're doing this, I normally do these offline. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna have when we replay this during the show, I'm gonna have to have current chat and live chat, like I'm gonna have to have both chats in there because it's recorded the chats. Oh, that's gonna be weird. All right, so okay, so for applying to the guild, the Discord, we will definitely have that link in the show notes also. We already really covered, are you going to try not to recruit people who know a lot about Wrath, who have a lot of Wrath experience?
We're very, very limited on that, yeah.
Yeah, but you're just going to make them basically be quiet, like... Yeah.
We're going to take a few, and they have to abide by some rules. So if you really want to come, even though you've already done it, which we have a fair number of people who have, you may or may not be invited to the raid. It depends on how much room we have, but and then
once we've solved the raid,
then you'll be invited. You can come laugh at us. You can't tell us a new way to do it though. But
someone like me that did Sar 3 Drakes and Yogg 0 Lights probably would have to be pretty silent during most raids. I'm thinking
you'd have to be pretty quiet about it. Yeah.
Oh, all right. What if I just said I don't remember?
Well,
lots of it I don't remember, but I'm sure as I read the boss abilities, I can see them. It'll come back. I'm pretty sure. Like that's what happened in Classic.
So yeah, we've already done a lot of surveying for our members, and that's going to be something we do closer to raid time. Is we're going to survey to get specific encounter knowledge, like tell us your level of knowledge. Like, have you done it before, and how much do you remember? It doesn't really matter if you remember or not, because like you said, as soon as you go back in there, it's all going to come rushing back. Like riding a bike or something. But we're going to be very careful about that, and we're also going to be very vigilant. Our raid leaders will be very vigilant for looking for people who are, suddenly, coming across, with these really crazy ideas out of nowhere. But I don't actually think that's going to be a huge problem. I think that the kind of person that gets attracted to this idea is very similar to the kind of person who gets attracted to hardcore. Where it's like, this is something I want to do. Like, I don't want to cheat it. Like people who played hardcore without the add-on, they just went in there and deleted their freaking characters without needing to, because that's what they wanted to do, and that's really the kind of person that's being attracted into this, is the person who wants to do it.
I would say it was impactful for me every time I deleted a rogue on my way to 60, but I don't know that I would say I wanted to do it. I first died at 35, then 29, then 17, then 8, and Wiki was like, "Get out of the shadow zone," or whatever it was, and I was like, I'm taking time, and then I took my time and didn't drink a lot of the times. Usually, my deaths were
no,
with drinking.
You cannot drink and play hardcore. That is a no-no.
I was just like, I need to just do things that are safe.
It might make it easy to play blind, though.
Maybe. Well, okay, you talked about the different raid leaders. That brings me in. You've said you're going to have multiple raid groups, but how are you choosing those raid leads? Are these good friends of yours? Are they applying to do it? What's going on?
So it's voluntary, and then I've just been sort of interviewing people and talking to them, and the baseline is, if you've done the raid, you can't lead it. Sorry, that would be ridiculous. to have somebody who's done the raid before leading a blind raid. That makes no goddamn sense. So yeah, the requisite is that you have never done it before. And I'm specifically looking for people who want to do, say, like more challenging, more like hardcore type raids, that they have some kind of raid leading experience.
Ideally, raid led in Classic or in TBC or in Mythic or whatever.
I've been ideally looking for people who've done Mythic. If you've raid led Mythic raids, you're automatically like, yes, because you know what this is about, yeah. So yeah, like that's basically what I've been looking for. Oh, did I lose you or did?
Yeah, your voice isn't Bob.
Bob is silent. Okay, we're gonna have
silent
to
Bob.
I was on mute, man. I never do that. That's the first time I've done that probably in a year. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So sometimes Mythic Raiders aren't even in the raid, or Mythic Raid leaders aren't even in the raid.
I didn't know that actually.
Yeah. Mel's brother's a Mythic Raider, and oftentimes they sit out and they're just watching different points of views and leading the raid like that, which makes like a lot of sense for the high end. But I'm assuming you don't want that.
That's really cool. He would be able to get a first person perspective of what these people are doing wrong. Yeah, and be able to correct the stakes that way.
Yeah, I mean, we had
and not have to push buttons at the same time. So
yeah,
our raid leader got banned once. We're not sure why. The only thing we could think of is he was doing mage farming in what's called slave pens, but he got banned and he led a week's worth of raids from outside the raid group using like 3 different people's perspectives. But
yeah,
just an interesting thought. So how many raid groups do you have so far, do you think?
So we don't want to make any big guesses on what's going to happen because we have close to 1,300 people in Discord right now. What is that going to translate to in level 80 raiders? We don't know quite yet. So we're not making any big guesses. But I think as this idea sort of starts to catch on and as we pick our server, I think we're going to have quite a few. I think we're going to be able to support quite a lot of people. Yeah.
Okay. Have you run into any possible issues yet? And if so, like, how have you moved on to solve them? Or are there still some up in the air you need to solve?
It feels like we got most of the bases covered. It feels like we're pretty set. I would say that, I don't think there's any real issues that have been left uncovered. We've had a lot of time to sort of talk about stuff, and we're really confident that we're going into this and it's going to work out as planned.
So how did you even get in contact with the add-on makers? Because they seem to have solved a lot of the problems that you would have initially looked at. Like, how did you get in contact with those guys and gals?
So blessed to have them, and we have more people that are doing other things. These amazing people just reached out to me. All I did was I published a few YouTube videos, and I got people who are reaching out to me saying, I love your idea. I want to help. Here's my skill set. I'm just like, oh my God, I'm so thankful that we've attracted these like really awesome people who want to help. We have another person who is our sort of like our sales team leader, I call him our master of coin, who's leading our auction house initiative, and he's going to help us try to control the server economy, which is that's a whole other thing.
Does he drink and does he know things?
He drinks and he farms and he knows things. Yes.
Throw back to good old Tyrion. I drink Tyrion, and I know things.
Master of coin was Littlefinger.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, he became the hand. That's what Tyrion
and the other master coin ended up being that mercenary guy. I fucked that end season. Goddamn, still mad about that, honestly. Yeah.
Oh yeah, all of us are.
Yeah.
Dang it, I had a follow-up question.
You asked me about like how did you get in touch with these add-on guys?
Yeah. So they just basically started reaching out to you. I had another one.
I didn't know any of these people until they reached out to me, so it was very lucky.
Talking about solving problems.
With 1,300 people in the Discord, if you need anything done, there's probably somebody there that can do it.
Very true. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Well. All right. So, will you be documenting any of this via your YouTube or your stream or other people's? Like, are you encouraging others to YouTube and stream this initiative, kind of like the hardcore challenge?
So yes, I am so excited to be streaming this. I'm so excited to be making high effort content, on YouTube. I would say here I'm very inspired by Barnaby's sort of like long term storytelling that he does. She does on her channel. And wow, if we could turn the story of this guild and all the stuff that we encounter into some sort of story that's played out on a YouTube video, that'd be great. But yeah, I do intend to be making content with this thing that we're doing, because a lot of people are interested. They want to see what's going on or how this plays out, because this isn't something that a lot of people are doing, so it's interesting. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, the reason I ask is because I would like to follow it. I probably won't do it. I'm pretty established in what I'm doing, but yeah, I mean, you never know though. Like, once I get my two characters, up, like if there's nothing else I need to do, then maybe I do make a tune over there, type of deal.
Bob, there's always retail, and I think if this takes off, we might be able to suck you in there,
Ooh, retail,
get you into retail. Dragonflight's looking real good, but Dragonflight's looking good.
I'm going to test out the actual flying of the dragon, because that's always how I felt it should have been. And like, I played games like PlanetSide prior to that, and I loved the way, like, if you were a good pilot, people knew it, type of deal. So I'll definitely try that out. But I don't know, man. It's just so bloated. So bloated.
Yeah.
I would much rather them do what a lot of people think they're going to do and go on to Classic Plus. Where either they vastly change Cataclysm or it's just a new thing. And they just hired 200 people to join the WoW team. I'm assuming that a chunk of those is going to the Classic team, because Classic's not small.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that for sure. I would not be surprised at all if they expanded their team to for that purpose entirely. I mean, if you look at the Proletariat team that they took, so these are all like MMO veterans, MMO players. And they're probably people who are more interested in the Classic side of things than retail, but we'll see, exactly what they do.
Yeah.
They may even have them all just slapping away on Dragonflight right now. We have no clue.
Yeah. Well, and on the selfish end, I've got, a top 200, top 100 iTunes and Spotify podcasts now. Like, I never hit those numbers with any other podcast that I ever did, but I won't do a podcast unless I really love it. So unless they hook me after Wrath, the podcast is over after Wrath, or, unless they get me into something else. So I'm hoping that they go on to Classic Plus.
I think they know this quite well, and they're looking around. Eon himself said that. Yep. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm about to say. Is the interview. They want the feedback. They want to hear what players want to see, and they're going to try to give us what we want. And this is a new Blizzard we're seeing entirely, and we may be very surprised at how closely they are able to deliver on what the community wants. So
yeah, they've moved away from you think you do but you don't.
They seem to have left that one behind. Yeah.
Yep. Well, yeah. So you're going to encourage other people too, like to do the streams. Like you guys.
Yeah, I absolutely. If people, I want anybody in the guild, if they want to make content, if they want to stream, please go out and do that. Yeah, absolutely. And as a matter of fact, on that topic, if anybody else wants to take the blind idea and go and do it, like, I didn't invent this. Okay, this was like this isn't. I didn't trademark it. Please go out there and make your own blind guild. And if this seems like something that you want to get your own community together for. Maybe you want to change the rules around a little bit to suit your playstyle, whatever, But overall, yeah, I fully encourage people to stream it and check it out.
I think you should probably be getting on making banners. The hardcore banners were pretty neat to see on different people's streams.
I did have a graphics artist reach out to me, and I'll look into that.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the hardcore, like there was so many that just made them and just gave them out free. Like it was pretty cool.
I had it on my stream, absolutely.
Me too. Yeah, I had the Road to Rag one, and everybody came in. They're like, "Are you going to be in the raid?" I was like, "No." I started like 3 weeks late and didn't think I'd be as into it. I like lost my guild was like, "Bob, seriously, dude, like we haven't seen you on TBC for months." Like I just like it was all I was doing, man. It was bad.
Hardcore was great. I loved it. Yeah, I think there's a real big overlap between people who loved hardcore and people who want to try something like this.
That's the question I was going to ask. Or not a question, but you talked about the people that this might appeal to. I also thought it might appeal to the people that are a bit more timid about jumping into like they haven't played Classic, they haven't played TBC. They're a little timid about jumping into Wrath because everybody's going to call them an idiot, not take time to explain anything. Like that, definitely. I feel like those people would love this type of opportunity to, be in a situation where they're not expected to know everything right off the bat,
Yeah, we've definitely got a lot of people that are into that as well. I think setting constraints for yourself and how you want to play poses a good challenge.
Absolutely. Some people interpret the blind thing as like, yeah, this is it's cool. I can play more casually. Some people interpret it as like, wow, this is going to be like way more difficult. And we're supporting both types of people. But yeah, I think it appeals to a range of people, but definitely a huge overlap with those hardcore people who love the self-imposed constraints that make the game more interesting. Specifically, I think hardcore itself was really a perfect way to address the same thing that I'm addressing. The mindset of optimizing the fun out of the game, because it just removed your ability to do that entirely.
Yep.
Yeah. You couldn't just dungeon spam your way to max level like we all did before. So yeah.
Dude, I hated TBC dungeon spamming. I was a lock, and I just run in and hellfire while my freaking Felguard hit everything. I was about to at least Shammies threw down totems for different mechanics and stuff. Like I literally I
loved it as a warrior tank. It was hectic. It was running back and forth, taunting this. Oh, lovely.
Yep.
Warrior tanking was the real tank experience.
It was hard and fun.
Yep. Yeah, so all right, well, is there anything else you'd like to end out the interview with? Any we're gonna, repeat where we can find Blind and how and where to go to join, but anything else pop in your head that we maybe missed or didn't talk about? Does Chad have any questions? Or I haven't been good at keeping up with Chad. Have they asked any specific questions that might be good?
I haven't come across anything but if anybody wants to pop up with something, overall, I'm glad to be here, and I'm happy you had me on. I'm glad we got to talk about Blind a little bit. So yeah, nothing else from me.
Yeah, definitely the same here.
Well, I'm thinking we'll go ahead and end the interview. Why don't you tell us where we can find Blind, and then if either of you wants, either or both of you want to tell where they can specifically find you, we can do that too.
There's one thing we haven't told yet. What faction are we playing?
We are.
Oh, I know the answer, but yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we.
I want to answer this the Warcraft Reloaded way.
We're
the Alliance.
Oh yeah, you're talking about this.
For the Alliance.
Yes. We're going Alliance.
Exactly.
We're big on community events. I've got a lot of weird stuff planned that we're going to do as a guild. But one of the things we did is we had a giant race war to determine where we were going to pick our faction, and the Alliance showed up in numbers, and they ended up winning. So we are committed to going Alliance on a fresh server. Which
are you telling me the Zug didn't win?
The Zug did not win. Me not that kind of work, unfortunately.
Oh, for the Horde.
I fought for Horde personally, but here we are.
Yeah, I am currently Alliance, but I played Alliance in vanilla, TBC through Cata, Horde, and then came back for Alliance.
But to answer the question of where you can find us, again, if you're interested in blind, even if you just want to come check us out, it's discord.gg/blindfresh. And yes, we are going on fresh servers. And if you want to check me out, I'm just youtube.com/Cdank. Come check me out, or don't, but it's up to you.
I think you're Cdank on Twitch too, right?
I am Cdank on Twitch too. Yeah. I'll be streaming as soon as pre-patch hits. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you want to watch 10-year-old PvP videos, I've got some with my rogue level 10 Natt on YouTube.
He showed me they are still in 4.3, so they're definitely old school. Oh, all right. Well, and this is going to take us back to the regular show. Thank you guys so much for giving me your time, and that's going to do it for this. Back to the show. All right, that was a great interview from Cdank and Natt. We look forward to like hearing their progress as they go through their journey. We're going to end out the show here. Do not forget to follow us on Twitter at WC Reloaded. You can follow the Mash Those Buttons Network at the Mash Network. If you want to send us an email, do so by sending to wcrpodcast@gmail.com. If you want to send us a voicemail, you can do so by sending it or by calling 816-866-1066. If you'd like to join our MASH Discord and interact with the host of this show or any host on any show on the MASH network, it's mash.gg/Discord. How can you help the pod? Well, you can subscribe to our Patreon. It's Warcraft Reloaded on Patreon. You can give us a review on iTunes or give us a star on Spotify. And the biggest thing is you can just tell your guild. You can just yell it out in Alterac Valley or Arathi Basin. Like, did you hear what they were talking about on Warcraft Reloaded podcast? I can't believe what Cdank said. So those are the types of things that will
calling you out.
That will get us heard. So just spread the word in game and in guild, and that will help us out tremendously. All right, guys, it's been a banger of an episode. Mel, where can we find you?
Hi. Yeah, you can find me on Patreon at patreon.com/Warcraft Reloaded. No, I'm just kidding. That was a joke. But you can find me on Twitter at MelOverwatch, maybe. But you can find me in game on Mel Renown Benediction for sure.
All right, Nat, where can we find you?
You can find me on the Blind Fresh Discord channel as Nat, or you can check out my 15-year-old PvP videos if you search for Nat Level 10 on YouTube.
And is there a link to find that Blind Discord channel?
It's https
at discord.gg/blindfresh. That's our Discord.
Perfect. And Cdank, give us it all. Every place we can find you, whatever to search.
You want my OnlyFans, my SoundCloud, where you want everything?
Only everything. Your Snapchat.
Everything.
Your Snapchat.
All right. So you can find me on YouTube. That's where I put probably the most of my effort. It's youtube.com/Cdank. If you want to join my guild and do some blind raids, not only in Wrath Classic, but also in retail, in the upcoming expansion, it's the same discord.gg/blindfresh. That's us. Come pop in, even if you just want to see what's going on. And my Twitch, where I'm going to be streaming us doing these raids without guides or add-ons. That's going to be twitch.tv/Cdank. I'm Cdank everywhere. Just look for Cdank. I'm out there. That's it.
All right. You can find me on Twitter at blazin_Bob. That's BLAZZIN_BOB. You can find me streaming lots on twitch.tv/blazingbob. Woo! So I told you guys this would be a shorter episode because we already pre-recorded the interview, but boy, I was wrong.
Bob always says that.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, it's been good though. So we're out. Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Thank you very much for checking out Warcraft Reloaded podcast. Make sure to like and subscribe and hit that bell so you don't miss any future content.